Chapter 726, Underground Palace. Chapter 726, Underground Palace. After cultivating up to the 3rd level of the Star River secret skill, Jian Wushuang immediately left the palace. Outside of the palace, Gu Changfeng was still waiting quietly. After seeing Jian Wushuang, Gu Changfeng asked, "How did it go?" "I have made it to the 3rd level," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "I knew it," Gu Changfeng said, and also revealed a smile. "Gu Changfeng, I heard you talk to Gulan about the underground palace. What is that?" Jian Wushuang asked. "The underground palace is a place our tribe uses for honing the fighting skills of disciples. If you want to go there, I can guide you," Gu Changfeng said. "All right, lead the way," Jian Wushuang said. Gu Changfeng raised his eyebrows, then guided Jian Wushuang to the underground palace. Under the guidance of Gu Changfeng, Jian Wushuang arrived at an empty loft with a passage that led to the underground. Following the passage, Jian Wushuang quickly reached the underground palace. The underground palace was actually a huge open space with a humongous gem shining at the top. Because of this gem, there was not much difference between being in the underground palace or being outside. "Is this the underground palace?" Jian Wushuang asked while looking at the space, which had 3 different regions in the center. These 3 regions were covered by 3 great restrictions, in which only a few figures were visible. Gu Changfeng explained the underground palace can only be used to hone fighting skills. While you train here, the opponents you face are the puppet fighters which were obtained by the ancient god clan while following the ancient god many years ago. Those puppet fighters were specifically refined so they would be the most suitable opponents for honing fighting skills. The 3 regions of the underground palace represent 3 different tests: the heaven level test, earth level test, and human level test. In the human level test, the opponent is only 1 puppet fighter. However, the Earth level test has 10 puppet fighters. As for the Heaven level test, there are 100 puppet fighters. And each test is divided into 9 levels of difficulty. Every test has different levels of difficulty. So, even if you can defeat the 10 puppet fighters in the first level of the Earth level test, that does not mean you can beat the 100 puppet fighters in the first level of the Heaven level test. The test is different, so the difficulty is different as well. The difficulty of these tests can be controlled by the challenger, so you can adjust it yourself. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. 3 regions, 3 different tests, all different in nature, and each test had 9 levels of difficulty. Besides, those who fight in the underground palace can only rely on their own fighting skills. Nothing else can be used. "Of course, your swordsmanship can be used," Gu Changfeng said, "but there is no sense in telling you so much about it. Pick a region and give it a try." "Okay," Jian Wushuang said and nodded his head. After looking at the 3 regions in front of him, he didn't hesitate and went directly towards the central region, where the Earth level test was. As soon as he entered the restriction, Jian Wushuang saw 10 towering figures standing in front of him. He chose to enter the Earth level test, so the opponents were obviously the 10 puppet fighters. "Come on." The Emperor's sword appeared in his hands, and battle intent flickered in his eyes. The 10 puppet fighters also did not give him any time. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, the 10 puppet fighters all began to move at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. The 10 puppet fighters all used different weapons, so they were good at different aspects. Some were good at offensive power, some were good at speed, and some were good at entanglement. The 10 puppet fighters instantly charged towards him and attacked at the same time. Jian Wushuang also forwarded to the fight immediately with moving Emperor's sword in succession. But at the moment of the first movement, Jian Wushuang felt quite surprised. There's no trace of the Tao. In the underground palace, it seems to be impossible to use the Tao. Does that mean it's useless no matter how high one's comprehension of the Tao is? Jian Wushuang immediately thought about it, but he quickly discovered that it was not just the Tao that couldn't be used here. Even his sword heart couldn't be used in this fight. He was also unable to perform the Star River secret skill. The only thing he could depend on was his own swordsmanship. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Emperor's sword in Jian Wushuang's hands was an eternal weapon, but its power also couldn't be used at all. It was the same as fighting these puppet fighters while using an ordinary longsword. The power and speed of these puppet fighters is similar to mine, as are all the other aspects. The only difference is in fighting skill, Jian Wushuang thought while narrowing his eyes slightly. Now he clearly understood the training in the underground palace. The training in the underground palace was only aimed at their fighting skills. Any secret skills or other methods of fighting were of no use at all. And the strength of these puppet fighters was also the same as his, with the only difference being in their fighting skill. These 10 puppet fighters that Jian Wushuang was facing were at the first level of difficulty, only possessing very average fighting skills. Although the power of the 10 puppet fighters was no less than Jian Wushuang, and the battle was 10 against 1, Jian Wushuang was still easily able to defeat all 10 puppet fighters in a few moments. The first level of difficulty is no threat to me. Let me try the second level of difficulty. Jian Wushuang used his mind to communicate with the 10 puppet fighters, causing all 10 puppet fighters to strike at Jian Wushuang again. This time, the fighting skills of these 10 puppet fighters were much better than they were a moment ago. The fighting skills of all the puppet fighters improved, and they even teamed up against him. This time, even Jian Wushuang wasn't able to win as easily as he had last time. However, he still succeeded while only depending on his swordsmanship. Next was the third level of difficulty. After reaching the third level, the fighting skills of these 10 puppet fighters had been extremely brilliant. Jian Wushuang even felt that the fighting skills of these puppet fighters, while at the third level, was not weaker than Gu Changfeng. That's to say, fighting these 10 puppet fighters was like fighting 10 Gu Changfengs that had joined forces to attack him. Fortunately, since their strength was equal, Jian Wushuang was able to muddle through with his excellent swordsmanship. After a while, he finally defeated a puppet fighter after finding a flaw. After he beat one of them, he was able to beat the rest of them one by one. Jian Wushuang succeeded in the third level of difficulty. However, on the fourth level, each of the 10 puppet fighters had a dreadful level of fighting skills, not much less than Jian Wushuang's. Once the 10 puppet fighters joined hands, even though Jian Wushuang tried his best, he only managed to fight them for a while before he was defeated. Chapter 727 Battling Techniques. Chapter 727 Battling Techniques. As Jian Wushuang walked out of the restriction of Earth level test, Gu Changfeng immediately stepped forward to greet him. Jian Wushuang, have you really passed the third stage of the Earth level test? Gu Changfeng stared at Jian Wushuang incredulously. Although he had remained outside the restriction the whole time, he had been watching Jian Wushuang fighting inside the restriction with great concentration. In the Earth level test, what Jian Wushuang faced was 10 puppet fighters, which could merely count as the medium level among the 3 kinds of tests. Once the test progressed to the second stage, no ordinary clansman could power through it. So far, even Gu Changfeng himself had been able to pass the second stage of the Earth level test. But Jian Wushuang had now passed the third stage of the Earth level test. When he battled with Jian Wushuang before, he could tell that Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was of a very high caliber. Added to this, his offensive ability was overwhelming. However, he only expected Jian Wushuang to pass the second stage of the Earth level test at most. But to his surprise, perhaps this guy didn't reveal his true strength when he dueled with me. Gu Changfeng muttered to himself. Now, of the 3 types of tests there is, I've tried the Earth level. Next, I'll have a go at the Heaven level test, and then the Human level test. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then he headed for the other 2 tests. In the human level test, he would face only one puppet fighter. Despite the intimidating power this puppet fighter had, the pressure it imposed upon Jian Wushuang was obviously less than the Earth level test. After breaking through the first 3 stages, Jian Wushuang finally failed during the 4th stage. But what was quite remarkable was that he managed to put up a good fight against the puppet fighter in the 4th stage. The final test was the heaven level test, which was also the most difficult one. In the heaven level test, his opponents were 100 puppet fighters, which coordinated with each and other advanced on him from all directions. This put Jian Wushuang at a major disadvantage. Jian Wushuang passed the 1st and the 2nd stage. But in the 3rd stage, the puppet fighter launched ferocious attacks against Jian Wushuang, who exerted all his efforts to defend himself but was eventually defeated. Among the 3 kinds of tests, the heaven level test is the hardest one to deal with. As to the other 2, they're just fine. Jian Wushuang had now gained a clear understanding of all the tests. After experiencing the 3 varied tests, he began to have high expectations of the underground palace. Among the 3 kinds of tests the underground palace offered, the human level test aimed to hone one's individual battling skills, while the earth level test and the heaven level test were aimed at testing how a man could handle sieges and converging attacks. Each of these tests was further divided into 9 stages according to their assorted level of difficulty. They provided a great opportunity for men continuously seeking to improve their battle techniques. 4. Jian Wushuang. This was a perfect place to gain more experience. I thought my battle techniques were already powerful. But who knows? I failed the 3rd stage of the heaven level test in the underground palace. Seems that there is still much room for improvement in terms of my battle techniques and swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang murmured, his hands clenched tightly. Now that he had been trapped in the ancient god clan, it was impossible for him to get out. As he would be here for a long time, he would not just lie there and do nothing. Instead, he decided to try every means to improve his strength, including polishing his battle techniques. These kinds of techniques would certainly come in handy when he was in a fierce fight or tangled warfare. For the remainder of his days there, Jian Wushuang spent most of his time inside the underground palace, constantly familiarizing himself with these 3 sorts of test. He continually made progress by undergoing the pitched battles day and night. It could be said that he had been challenging himself, and his offensive ability was also enhanced. The 8th tribe was quiet and as uneventful as ever. However, many clansmen of the 8th tribe already heard that Jian Wushuang was honing his skills in the underground palace feverishly, and many of them could not help but be amazed by his gallantry. Soon a month went by. Inside the stone house, Guyang was busy polishing his longbow. Just then, Gulan ran towards him from outside. "Father!" Gulan shouted, a little out of breath. "What's the matter?" Guyang stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Gulan. "That Jian Wushuang," Guyang stammered, still out of breath. "Jian Wushuang." Guyang's expression changed. Jian Wushuang was rescued and brought here by Guyang. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was a descendant of the militant warriors, not only Guyang, but the whole tribe had been paying close attention to his progress. "What's the matter with Jian Wushuang?" Guyang urgently repeated. "Father, Jian Wushuang has been practicing in the underground palace since he arrived here, right? And a month ago he passed the 3rd stage of the earth level test in his first attempt, but failed at the 3rd stage of the heaven level test." Gulan said. "I know that." Guyang nodded. Thanks to Gu Changfeng, the news that Jian Wushuang already passed the 3rd stage of the earth level test had long since spread. Loads of clansmen of the 8th tribe were aware of it. But today, just 1 month after that, Jian Wushuang successfully broke through the 3rd stage of the heaven level test and passed the 4th stage of the human level test and the 4th stage of the earth level test, respectively. Gulan said earnestly. "What?" Hearing this, Even Guyang was astonished. Among the 3 kinds of tests in the underground palace, the most difficult of them was the heaven-level test. In spite of there being 9 stages in this test, if a man could pass just one stage, his offensive ability would already be in the top rank. If he proceeded to overcome the 2nd stage, he would be even more amazing. As for passing the 3rd stage, only a handful of members of their entire clan had achieved that. Those who had managed to conquer the 3rd stage of the heaven-level test in their tribe all reached the level of 2-star ancient god, and Guyang was one of them. But Jian Wushuang, someone who had neither awakened his bloodline nor become an ancient god, already upgraded his offensive skills to that level. He is really the son of a militant warrior. Militant warriors put their lives on the line every day. Through a large number of life-threatening battles, their offensive abilities have become way stronger than ours. We have become used to living a comfortable life within the tribe. Guyang could not stifle his praise. At present, the members of the ancient god clan all lived in tribes. Some of them would often participate in fight competitions within their tribes, but these were just competitions, and therefore their lives would not be at stake. Maybe the only chance they could put up a real fight was the arrival of outsiders, which usually occurred every 100 years. This would give an opportunity to those clansmen with awakened bloodline and let them realize what a life and death struggle was really like. Nevertheless, due to the lack of experience in life and death combat, when the clansmen of the ancient god clan got in a fight against outsiders, they were usually at a disadvantage. Every time when the outsiders came here, the ancient god clan would suffer a great loss, while the casualties suffered by the outsiders would be minor. Jian Wushuang has an unbelievable talent for battle. He has made such a progress in just 1 month. In the next few years, his progress will certainly be more striking. Guyang was quite hopeful of seeing Jian Wushuang's talent grow. Chapter 728. Launching Challenges Frenetically. Chapter 728. Launching Challenges Frenetically. Just as Guyang predicted, as time passed, Jian Wushuang was progressing rapidly. After he passed the 3rd stage of the heaven-level test, it only took him another 6 months to overcome the 4th stage. Later, Jian Wushuang stayed in the underground palace to hone his fighting skills, and he spent most of his time focusing on the heaven-level test. It was the 5th stage of the heaven-level test. In this stage, thickly dotted puppet fighters holding various weapons and launching all sorts of attacks would pour in from all directions. Jian Wushuang had to face the siege of 100 puppet fighters all alone, with simply one sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was both unmatched and elaborate, almost flawless. His moves were also incredibly swift. He dashed, shifted, and leaped with great agility, fooling around with the 100 puppet fighters. Although there were 100 puppet fighters besieging him, as he made every move, only 20 or fewer puppet fighters would attack him simultaneously. If all 100 puppet fighters launched an attack simultaneously, Jian Wushuang would have definitely struggled to deal with them. But with only 20 puppet fighters attacking at one time, it was much easier for him to handle. Drop dead! Jian Wushuang's long sword suddenly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, which flitted across the 2 puppet fighters right in front of him. The sword went so fast that both of the 2 puppet fighters were struck down before they could react. When the 2 puppet fighters were defeated, the ring of encirclement before Jian Wushuang instantly revealed a crack. Then, the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was unleashed. He started fighting frantically. In the end, he fended off all of the 100 puppet fighters and got out. He had passed the 5th stage of the heaven-level test. Walking out of the heaven-level test, Jian Wushuang felt quite relieved. The heaven-level test is far more difficult than the human-level test and the earth-level test. The scale of the difficulty goes higher and higher in the order of the 9 stages. It only took me 6 months to get through the 4th stage, but to nail the 5th stage, I spent 6 full years. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, By now, he had stayed in the 8th tribe for 6 years and 7 months. During this time, he spent most of his time in the underground palace. But up to now, he only made it to the 5th stage of the heaven level test. There are 9 stages with increasing difficulty. Since the 5th stage is so much harder than the 4th, the 6th stage must be way harder than the 5th. Even for me, without at least 10 years practice, it'll be highly difficult to get through the 6th stage. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. But anyway, the speed of his progress already defied the natural order. After all, in the whole 8th tribe, no one had ever passed the 5th stage of the heaven level test before. He was the first one to achieve it, and all it cost him was 6 years. In the eyes of other clansmen, this was almost unthinkable. The tests in the underground palace were extraordinarily useful in upgrading my battling techniques. However, in the 3 kinds of tests, all I need to confront are just puppet fighters. No matter what, puppet fighters are merely puppets. There must still be a huge gap between puppets and real human warriors. I've already conquered the 5th stage of the heaven level test. It would be meaningless to stay on and try to break through the 6th stage. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang left the underground palace. Soon after he left the underground palace, he went straight for a clansman of the 8th tribe. "Gu Jin, I want to challenge you," Jian Wushuang announced, staring at the tall and sturdy clansman of the ancient god clan before him. This clansman was called Gu Jin. He was a 1-star ancient god with an awakened bloodline, a silver-armored ancient god. Although it was not long since he had awakened his bloodline, and though his strength was considered average among all the 1-star silver-armored ancient god, he was still on par with a superior divine realm expert of human warriors, or even qualified to be a top-ranking superior divine realm expert. "Jian Wushuang, you, a kid with no awakened bloodline, want to challenge me?" Gu Jin asked with a curious expression. "Yes, take your best shot. Strike now," Jian Wushuang said with overbearing battle intent. "Then, boy, you'd better be careful. I won't go easy on you." Gu Jin's eyes were glistening with a touch of fury. Then he launched an attack. Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with eagerness. He immediately thrust his emperor sword forward. He did not perform the sword heart power, but had fully released the energy of the 3rd level of the Star River's secret skill. Relying on his swordsmanship and his battling techniques he had honed in the underground palace for 6 years, he went straight forward to take on Gu Jin. At first, Gu Jin did not treat this fight with Jian Wushuang seriously. But after crossing swords with his opponent, he was taken aback by Jian Wushuang's superior swordsmanship. In that moment, he transformed into a silver-armored ancient god and got ready to unleash all of his power during this battle against Jian Wushuang. The intense battle continued. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship and battling techniques were more powerful than Gu Jin's. But without employing the sword heart power, Gu Jin's strength would have far been superior to Jian Wushuang's. Thus, in the battle of pure force, Jian Wushuang tangled with Gu Jin for a long time and finally ended up being defeated due to a minor disadvantage. Impressive. Without awakened bloodline, he fought against me solely with his swordsmanship and battling techniques. His abilities can nearly parallel mine. After defeating Jian Wushuang, Gu Jin felt quite surprised by this battle. Gu Jin was very clear that, even though he had beaten Jian Wushuang, he merely scraped a win. The strength Jian Wushuang just displayed was not much less than his own. And most crucially, Jian Wushuang was still making rapid progress. There's still plenty of room for my strength to improve. Now, who's next? Jian Wushuang looked to challenge anyone present. There were numerous experts in the ancient god clan. In the 8th tribe, there were already around 10,000 1-star ancient gods that could rival superior divine realm experts of human warriors. Some of them had reached the top level of superior divine realm experts, and some even exceeded the range of what the superior divine realm experts of human warriors were capable of. These clansmen were all targets that Jian Wushuang wanted to challenge. When he challenged others to a fight, He always avoided using his sword heart power. He merely relied on his own strength, mingled with the Star River's secret skill, along with his swordsmanship and battle techniques. These kinds of challenges would be as effective as the tests of the underground palace. Perhaps it could push the limits of his skills even higher. Challenging others frantically. Fighting against others frantically. Jian Wushuang would challenge 3 or 4 one-star ancient gods almost every day. After each of these fights, he would also spend some time reflecting on his performance and summarizing important points. The next day, he would start a new round of challenges. Through this kind of feverish challenges, his strength kept soaring as well. As seasons came and went, time flew by. Now, Jian Wushuang had stayed in the 8th tribe for 10 years. Chapter 729, Traveling to Gain Experience. Chapter 729, Traveling to Gain Experience. 10 years was a long time for Jian Wushuang, but for the members of the ancient god clan or the human experts, 10 years was merely a fleeting moment. After these 10 years, compared with his previous performance, Jian Wushuang's overall strength had improved significantly. Particularly in recent years, he started to challenge many clansmen in the 8th tribe. Eventually, he had crossed swords with almost every top-leveled one-star ancient god in the 8th tribe. Once he had finished challenging every strong opponent available, Jian Wushuang was going to leave. In the stone house, the weather-worn-faced Eldering was sitting by a table, while Jian Wushuang stood in front of her. "My boy, are you leaving?" Eldering looked up at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "I'm going to travel to other tribes." "Travel? You're actually going to challenge more experts in other tribes, aren't you?" Eldering asked with a playful tone. When he heard this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Indeed, in the past few years, he had challenged all the powerful one-star ancient gods in the 8th tribe. For those who were exceptionally tough, he actually challenged them more often. Through these kinds of challenges, he had made amazing progress. However, after doing those challenges for several years, those one-star ancient gods in the 8th tribe could no longer surprise him. Thus, he was longing to go to other tribes and challenge their one-star ancient gods in order to further enhance his power. A militant warrior is always obsessed with fighting. This is true. Eldering exclaimed. "Well, just go. When you've finished challenging everyone you want to battle with, you can come back anytime." "Thank you." Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude for Elder Ying's understanding, and then turned around and left the room. On that very day, Jian Wushuang departed from the 8th tribe and began to travel through the Eternal Zone. His first destination was naturally another tribe of the ancient god clan. A few days later, he arrived in the 7th tribe, which was the closest one to the 8th tribe. Jian Wushuang had some acquaintances in the 7th tribe. Gu Qiong, the man who died for rescuing him, was also from this 7th tribe. Being part of the ancient god clan, the men in the 7th tribe were very friendly to Jian Wushuang. Then Jian Wushuang told them he was a militant warrior and started to challenge others immediately. As he did in the 8th tribe, he challenged all powerful one-star ancient gods in the 7th tribe one by one. While he was fighting against those one-star ancient gods, he was also honing his own skills. Once he had challenged all the powerful one-star ancient gods in the 7th tribe, he set off towards the 6th tribe. As time passed, Jian Wushuang traveled from one tribe to another and challenged each of the experts in those tribes. Finally, he traveled across all 10 tribes, battling against the majority of one-star ancient gods within each tribe. After traveling across the 10 tribes, Jian Wushuang arrived at the other end of the Eternal Zone. This was an endless wasteland, a place inhabited by ferocious beasts. Militant warriors are used to fighting off wild beasts in this endless wasteland. I am, as everyone knows, a militant warrior. No matter what, I should take an adventure in this endless wasteland. Gazing at the ancient deserted land stretched out before him, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to step out onto this land. On that day, Jian Wushuang began traveling across the endless wasteland. Soon he came across some wild beasts. The wild beasts were all of intimidating sizes, which turned out to be much larger than the men of the ancient god clan. Their levels of strength were also overwhelming. Even the weakest of them were still paralleled to superior divine realm experts of human beings. And added to their physicality, many of those wild beasts possessed certain eccentric powers which could be very tricky to tackle. Jian Wushuang adventured in this endless wasteland alone. He bumped into myriads of wild beasts and battled them numerous times. Fighting against wild beasts was very different from challenging the men of the ancient god clan. Because every battle with the wild beasts was a life and death struggle. Each time he fought, he would have to go all out, and very often he needed to risk his life to defeat his opponents. Among all these battles, there were 2 fights in which Jian Wushuang found himself in real, life-threatening situations. The first one was when he dueled with a wild beast with a total of 8 huge arms. It looked like a giant mantis, and its arms were unexpectedly sharp. When Jian Wushuang first cast an eye on this mantis-like wild beast, he could tell that the aura of this beast was weak, far from reaching the eternal realm. Jian Wushuang thought it would be no problem for him to kill this wild beast with a burst of his full power. But when deep in battle, he found that the strength of this wild beast was much more terrifying than he had imagined. This wild beast had extremely explosive power, which matched most of the 1-star, silver-armored ancient gods. And above all, its offensive ability was just too great. Its 8 sharp arms were like 8 sabers. When it wielded them at the same time, Jian Wushuang, who had only 1 sword in hand, found it impossible to defend himself. This wild beast was born to kill. Jian Wushuang's battle techniques were already very frightening. Adding his sword heart power, the force he produced was comparable to that of this wild beast. But when he confronted this wild beast head-on, he was being beaten by it every time. He was thoroughly crushed, almost had no way to strike back. After fighting for a few minutes, Jian Wushuang was already badly injured and had to retreat to save his life. He finally escaped by casting the first level of the Dragon Blood secret skill, which increased his swiftness by a multiple of 10. In the second crisis, what Jian Wushuang ran into was a wild beast that had already reached the Eternal Realm, and was the most fearsome one out of all the beasts in the Eternal Realm. When Jian Wushuang spotted this wild beast, he planned to get around it. But to his surprise, this wild beast sensed his presence. The moment Jian Wushuang walked in its vicinity, this wild beast detected him, and then it started to chase Jian Wushuang. What most alarming was the speed of this wild beast. When it exerted all its effort, it ran much faster than in Chao, who had cast a secret skill to hunt down Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang performed the second level of the Dragon Blood secret skill, and increased his speed by 100 times, but he still failed to outrun that wild beast. In the end, Jian Wushuang reluctantly gave up his slaughter body to let it lure the wild beast away, allowing his world body to flee. Being forced to flee, Jian Wushuang felt extremely helpless. This wasteland was too large. Although the wild beasts did not abound, their average strength was extraordinarily strong, and many of them could rival those in the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang had already experienced 2 life-threatening moments when he was wandering on the outskirts of the endless wasteland. As it stood, he did not dare approach the depths of the endless wasteland. Jian Wushuang just kept traveling on this land. He was completely absorbed in the pleasure of these risky adventures and was unconcerned about how much time had flown by. Finally, he came to a halt at a deserted mountaintop of the endless wasteland. Chapter 730, The Second Level of the Sword Heart. Chapter 730, The Second Level of the Sword Heart. On the deserted mountaintop, a fresh breeze swept across Jian Wushuang's face. He sat down in the breeze with his legs crossed and gently closed his eyes. After traveling, fighting, battling for so many years, he was proud his improvement thus far, felt the thrill of facing a powerful opponent, and also experienced the anxiety and desperation of being driven to the edge. But now he had calmed down. All those feelings had been replaced by a sense of calm. Now, Jian Wushuang's mind was unprecedentedly poised. It's been 80 years. The past 80 years have certainly been colorful. Sitting on the mountaintop cross-legged, Jian Wushuang was smiling. His smile was sincere and brought about by the real joy held in his heart. 80 years had passed since he started to visit the 10 tribes one by one and then entered the boundless wilds to tackle various wild beasts. The insights that he gained bit by bit during 80 years of frenetical challenges and battles suddenly matured at this moment. He managed to rise abruptly, carried by his accumulated strength. This was just like what some of the human warriors did. They spent many years to study the way, trying to expand their understanding of it. And one day, the comprehension just dawned on them, with all the wonders combined into one and infused with their hearts. This was exactly what happened to Jian Wushuang. He had learned and experienced many things over the course of the past 80 years. It had not yet been 40 years since he left the ancient world and journeyed to the eternal world. But this wasn't even half as long as the time he spent in this eternal zone. In the past 80 years, maybe his strength did not increase dramatically, and he was still in the skyscraping realm. But his experience grew significantly. Now he had accumulated a huge amount of battle experience and innumerable battle techniques. These were huge gains for him. And what mattered most for him was the baptism of his heart. Right now, Jian Wushuang was sitting cross-legged on a mountaintop with a bland smile. Despite his benign face, his body was emitting a stream of fierce sword essence. He appeared to have turned into an unmatched sharp sword that could pierce the sky. This sword had been polished for a long time and was ready to shine. Meanwhile, something was changing inside Jian Wushuang's body. He was metamorphosing. Yes, his heart was metamorphosing. As his heart was changing, the radiance released by the sharp sword that he had transformed into started to dim. Slowly, the sword returned to its normal state. In the end, it completely vanished. On the peak of the mountain, Jian Wushuang's hair was fluttering in the wind. If someone in a place nearby were to look at him at this moment, he would regard Jian Wushuang as an ordinary guy because no trace of sword intent was apparent. In fact, his sword intent had already dwelled deep down his heart. Learning the sword principle starts from the shallow, then to the profound, and returns to the shallow once again. Sword Heart, Level 2. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. It seems that the brilliance of a powerful sword had burst out, but the surrounding void did not stir. This was the phase Jian Wushuang accomplished at this moment, which was actually the Level 2 of Sword Heart. Learning the Sword Heart was the threshold of studying the sword principle. Just like the separation of warriors, the study of Sword Heart was also divided into 6 levels. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had an epiphany halfway through his journey to the 9th Heaven Road and conjured the Sword Heart, he merely stepped into the course of Sword Heart study, which was not even counted as Level 1. After that, Jian Wushuang began to practice strenuously on the Sword Mountain for 6 years, and since then had made great progress in the sword cultivation. He had reached Level 1 of the Sword Heart study and thoroughly consolidated his power. During the 80 years he spent in the Eternal Zone, he first challenged 1-star ancient gods of the 10 tribes, and then came to the boundless wilds for adventure and experienced many fierce battles against highly powerful wild beasts for decades. Those battles and experiences elevated his heart and soul. He also made a huge breakthrough in the sword principle and successfully progressed to Level 2 of the Sword Heart study. In the Eternal Realm, only a handful of people could reach this level. Similarly, when his sword heart skill made a breakthrough and was fully turned on, its power would soar and his ability in swordsmanship would rise to a new level. According to my master, it normally takes a genius of the sword principle more than 1,000 years to upgrade to level 2 from level 1. But I achieved this within 80 years. Jian Wushuang beamed. Each level of the sword heart study represented a metamorphosis. Accordingly, it was extremely difficult to progress from one level to another. For those sword principle experts in the Eternal Realm, it was common for them to be stuck at the same level for thousands of years before making a new breakthrough. Therefore, the accomplishment Jian Wushuang achieved in merely 80 years was a miracle. After 80 years of adventures, I've gained a lot. It's time to go back. Jian Wushuang got to his feet and looked into the distance. What he was gazing at was the surroundings of the 10 tribes of the ancient god clans. On that day, Jian Wushuang set off on his journey back to the ancient god clan. A month later, he already traveled beyond the endless wasteland. Then, after another 2 weeks, he finally returned to the 8th tribe where he had lived for 10 years. In the colossal mountains of the 8th tribe, Jian Wushuang was strolling among the tribe. Soon, some of the clansmen began to recognize him. That's Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? Really? 70 years ago, Jian Wushuang left our tribe to travel around the world. Men of other tribes sometimes still talk about him. They said he continued to challenge those one-star clansmen in other tribes. But after a while he disappeared. Rumors had it that he went to the boundless wilds for adventure. It seems as though he has finished traveling and returned. Endless wasteland. I heard that place is extremely dangerous. Only militant warriors dare to enter the boundless wilds. When those clansmen saw Jian Wushuang, some discussed him in whispers. Some went forward to greet him. Jian Wushuang had caused a huge sensation in the 8th tribe 70 years ago when he challenged those one-star clansmen like mad. Many of them had crossed swords with Jian Wushuang, so Jian Wushuang was no stranger to them. "Ha-ha, Jian Wushuang!" A loud and clear laughter sounded, and then a strong-looking young man headed towards Jian Wushuang. "Gulan!" At the sight of this man, Jian Wushuang beamed. "You have returned from your adventures." Gulan walked to Jian Wushuang and gave him a soft punch. Then he said in haste, "Great timing. Come with me. Let's go to the underground palace." "To the underground palace? But why?" Jian Wushuang asked, bewildered. "A new militant warrior just arrived in our tribe. His name is Jiu. Right now, he is going through the heaven-level test in the underground palace. I heard that he has already breezed through the 5th stage." Gulan replied. Chapter 731. The Militant Warrior Jiu. Chapter 731. The Militant Warrior Jiu. A militant warrior. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Being a militant warrior himself, he had never seen any other militant warriors during his dozens of years of adventure in the boundless wilds. Wild beasts were the only things that he had encountered. That was because the land was so vast and the militant warriors on it were so few, and has broken through to the 5th level of the heaven-level test. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile. When he left the 8th tribe, he had also broken through to that level. "Let's go," he said to Gulan, and then headed to the underground palace with him. Soon after, they arrived there and found many familiar faces among the crowd that was gathered, such as Gu Changfeng, Guyang, and Eldering. Jian Wushuang. An uproar broke out among the crowd when they saw Jian Wushuang appear. Gu Changfeng hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Jian Wushuang, you're back from your adventure." "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded and greeted those old friends. Jian Wushuang looked carefully at that man, Guyang said to him with a smile while pointing at a man who was taking the heaven-level test on the battlefield. "He is named Jiu, a militant warrior like you, and has just come back from the boundless wilds not long ago. Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward where Guyang pointed. There he saw an elegant man dressed in a loose golden robe with his chest exposed in the air. The man held a long red spear in his hand, and from the looks of it, it was an eternal weapon. Though the power of eternal weapons could not be released fully in the heaven level test, this man still forced the 100 puppet fighters surrounding him into a corner with his spear. He is indeed excellent in utilizing power. While looking at the man, Jian Wushuang's became fired up. At that point, he could tell that the man was a real expert who was good at fighting. This man is challenging the 6th level of the heaven level test, facing 100 puppet fighters who can launch extremely powerful attacks and overpower all the clansmen here, but still he is utterly routing them. Every time he strikes out in a seemingly casual way, he can catch the flaw of his opponent's joint attack and break them. Those puppet fighters are now forced to keep busy defending themselves. This is a man of great power. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands while secretly praising him. He continued watching for a while before the man ended the fight by defeating all the puppet fighters. The man passed the 6th level of the heaven level test. Bravo! It's so scary that he did it, passing the 6th level of the heaven level test. His fighting skill is really impressive. Is this what a militant warrior can do? The palace was inundated with the onlookers' discussions. Gu Changfeng held his fists tightly and secretly thought with excitement, he is too damn powerful. Among the crowd, only Jian Wushuang still maintained a calm demeanor. Right then he heard Elder Ying's voice say, Jian Wushuang, follow me. I want to introduce you to Jiu Yu. Okay. He nodded and followed her. Then he was led to where Jiu Yu had just walked down to after finishing his test. Jiu Yu, please allow me to introduce this man to you. He is called Jian Wushuang, a militant warrior just like you, Elder Ying said to Jiu Yu. Really? The man looked at Jian Wushuang with surprise in his eyes. You're a militant warrior too. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded to him. I can see it now. The man looked Jian Wushuang up and down before continuing. I can feel the aura of a real expert coming from you, something you can get only through suffering. But it's a pity that you have not awoken your bloodline and are not a 1-star ancient god yet. The man sighed and there was disappointment in his eyes. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang retorted confidently, It's true that I haven't awoken my bloodline, but it doesn't mean that you can overpower me. Is that so? Jiu Yu shot him an amazed glance. At this, Elder Ying, Guyang, and the others all looked at Jian Wushuang with strange expressions. They had witnessed how powerful Jiu Yu was just now, and, based on his fighting skill and that he had awoken his bloodline, which had a high density, they believed that he had to be more powerful than they had seen. Thus, they were really surprised upon hearing Jian Wushuang say that Jiu Yu could not overpower him. Interesting. Jiu Yu wore a big smile and said, I had adventured in the boundless wilds for many years, and during that time I met 2 extremely powerful opponents who were militant warriors too. And now here you are, the 3rd militant warrior. I don't know why you're so confident, but since we're here as 2 militant warriors, why don't we have a fight? You're right. It's hard to meet a militant warrior, and it would be a great pity if we don't fight today. Jian Wushuang accepted his invitation. Great. In order to make it fair, I won't transform into an ancient god during the fight, Jiu Yu answered happily. Jian Wushuang smiled while replying, You might not want to transform, but I'll force you to. Well. Jiu Yu knit his brows hard, and there was a battle intent rising in his eyes. Jian Wushuang had the same expression. Militant warriors were called so because they loved to fight. They got bored with the leisure and dull life in the clan, so they went to the boundless wilds for adventure. Given that there were not many militant warriors, even in the whole ancient god clan, they could rarely battle each other. That was why immediately after Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu met, their battle intent became aroused. The onlookers were not surprised that these two were going to fight each other. On the contrary, they were looking forward to seeing that. A fight between two militant warriors. Who do you think is more powerful between them? I think Jiu Yu is. After all, he has awoken his bloodline, and we all have learned about his power from the test. He has passed the 6th level of the Heaven level test, while Jian Wushuang had only passed the 5th level before he left. I'd agree with you under the condition of Jiu Yu transforming into an ancient god during the fight, but you just heard him say that he won't. In that case, I think Jian Wushuang stands a chance to win. He passed the 5th level 70 years ago, so he's not weak, and he might be able to pass the 6th level now. Chapter 732, Fighting Jiu Yu. Chapter 732, Fighting Jiu Yu. In a vast open space, Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu stood facing each other, hundreds of feet apart. Around them were the onlookers from the 8th tribe, the 3rd militant warrior I've met. Jiu Yu licked his lips, and a sliver of light escaped his eyes. Let me test how much I've progressed during those 80 years through you, a militant warrior who has awoken his bloodline. Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with fighting desire. As their eyes met in the air, there seemed to be a sparkle between them. The next moment, Jiu Yu suddenly disappeared from the sight of the many onlookers, and when he was seen again, he had crossed hundreds of feet to arrive in front of Jian Wushuang. His long red spear struck out right at him. Carrying formidable power, once the spear caught its target, it could pierce through him. However, seeing the spear approaching him, Jian Wushuang did not move to dodge it, but stood there to watch it go through his body. But no blood came out, as if the spear had gone through something insubstantial. "It's his residual shadow," someone cried out. The onlookers were wide-eyed in amazement. The very next moment, Jiu Yu suddenly spun his head to look to the side. There he saw a ghost-like figure appear out of thin air that came slashing toward him. The blow seemed simple. Even a child could make one more complex than that. Even so, Jiu Yu's eyes narrowed at the sight of it. Good boy. He simplified the move, but did not weaken its power. This boy is really excellent at swordsmanship. Jiu Yu became serious. His spear swept out and collided with Jian Wushuang's sword. Clang! Jiu Yu heard a deep sound and felt an overwhelming power from the sword. He knew that he had been correct, that the blow was not as simple as it looked. And before he could make his next move, countless sword lights radiated from where the weapons met and flew toward him. Thousands of moves derived from one move. Haha, interesting. However, seeing this, Jiu Yu laughed. He then waved his spear again, and with this single move, countless spear shadows rushed through the air toward the sword light. Clang! 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 A series of sounds of metal on metal rang out, and in just a few breaths, they echoed 100 times. From those sounds, the onlookers could tell that the two had exchanged 100 moves. They are so fast. They are fighting at a terrifying pace. They are moving so fast that I can barely see how they are attacking. The onlookers were astonished by this scene. Even someone as strong as Guyang, a 2-star ancient god, could not help being amazed. He was impressed by the fighting skills of both Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu. On the battlefield, sometimes both Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu tried to outspeed each other. Sometimes they fought with pure power, and sometimes with fighting skills, fully demonstrating what they had. For a long time, they were locked in a close battle. I've tried my best to battle him, aside from transforming into an ancient god, but I still can't gain the upper hand. Jiu Yu was shocked inside. As for Jian Wushuang, he looked grave. Though he has used all his fighting skills, he has yet to exert all his power and transform into an ancient god. It looks like I have to use some methods to force him to do that. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang changed his strategy. With a quiver of his body, a formidable power surged out from his sword heart. Level 2 of the sword heart turned out to be more powerful than level 1. He had only exerted 3/10 of the power of the sword heart, but it still improved his attacking force greatly. The others could see that Jian Wushuang's attacks suddenly had become fiercer than before, along with a great increase in speed. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang made 3 strikes in succession, each of them looking simple yet exquisite. Under such attacks, Zhu Yu drew back quickly. After he finally regained his balance, he had a grave expression on his face. Without awaking his bloodline, this boy can still exert the power of a 1-star silver-armored ancient god. What's more, he is as good at fighting as I am, but most of all, his swordsmanship is so excellent. Zhu Yu gasped in admiration. He simplified every one of his moves, which look simple yet are powerful. I'm no match for him in view of this. In order to defeat him, I'll have to transform into an ancient god, Zhu Yu muttered. The next moment he growled in an undertone, and immediately the aura of his bloodline arose and surrounded him. His body began to bulge to over 10 meters in height. His whole body was covered by a golden light. It gleamed brightly under the sparkling demons hanging over the palace. He transformed into a gold-armored ancient god. Jian Wushuang was startled. Gold-armored ancient gods were the most powerful ones among all 3 of the bloodlines. Jian Wushuang had met a gold-armored ancient god before when he was adventuring in the outer layer of the Eternal Zone. He had witnessed how that god had so easily killed a superior divine realm expert, like killing a chick. Though, at that time, the god had just awoken his bloodline and had not reached his peak. Zhu Yu, being a militant warrior in addition to being a gold-armored ancient god, must be much more powerful than the one that I met, Jian Wushuang thought. Soon afterward, he was proved to be correct. Boom! After transforming into a gold-armored ancient god, Zhu Yu stomped hard on the ground, causing the void to shake. He then went up to Jian Wushuang and thrust his 10-meter-long spear at him. Chapter 733, The Baptismal Pool. Chapter 733, The Baptismal Pool. The spear seemed to cut the void open, which caused a huge vortex in the air. At the center of the vortex, there was a streak of terrifying red light, which turned out to be the spear itself. It's so powerful! The onlookers were amazed by the scene. Many of them could tell that Zhu Yu's strike was a 2-star level. A 2-star ancient god was equivalent to a human warrior in the Eternal Realm. That was to say, that strike reached the level of the Eternal Realm. Facing the attack, Jian Wushuang looked grave. His sword heart quivered violently in the sea of consciousness, and its power reached its peak in an instant. He held the Emperor's sword up and struck out. Crash! Countless sword lights flew outward. The sky darkened. The surroundings began shaking. This move that Jian Wushuang just made was called Netherworld. He created it based on his meditation on sword principle during the last 80 years. Also, it was his most powerful technique, which had reached level 6 of the secret skill. In the next moment, the sword and the spear collided. There was no booming sound as others had expected, but a squeezing sound of power crushing power. Suddenly, an overwhelming force swept over the surroundings from where the weapons met. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Zhu Yu were thrown backward quickly. The onlookers who had been watching the fight from far away were also affected by the force, but luckily they had many experts among them to shield them from it. After the two had regained their balance, they looked at each other closely, hundreds of feet apart. Jian Wushuang, how about we end this fight in a draw? Zhu Yu suddenly asked him. That's exactly what I was thinking. Jian Wushuang nodded. In fact, from the very beginning, he had intended to make it a friendly competition, as well as test how much he had progressed during those years. Therefore, there was no need to battle it out. Most importantly, he was not sure that he could defeat Jiu. I have displayed most of my skills, including the most powerful one, but still I haven't defeated him yet. Though I have some hidden cards to use, I believe that he does as well. Jian Wushuang became lost in thought. Being a gold-armored ancient god and a militant warrior, he must have much more than he's shown. He clearly has yet to fully use his power. Jian Wushuang came to that conclusion because he knew very well that a gold-armored ancient god could be much more powerful than a divine realm expert. And in addition to that, Jiu, you probably had mastered the Star River secret skill to a high level. If he fights with all his power, he can be as powerful as an Eternal Realm expert. I know that, even though he is just a one-star ancient god now. As for me, I'm only able to battle the weakest Eternal Realm experts. As those thoughts ran through Jian Wushuang's mind, he suddenly heard Jiu Yu call his name. That man looked at him and spoke with a smile. I really admire your power. You even haven't awoken your bloodline, and yet you impressed all of us. I believe that once you awaken it, your power will reach a new level. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. It was a pity that he had not awoken his bloodline and was still in the skyscraping realm. However, as long as he could get baptized to awaken his bloodline, he would be able to improve his power by several levels. In fact, I came back for the baptism. I want to awaken my bloodline. Jian Wushuang finally spoke. In that case, then good luck to you. I hope that I can meet you someday in the future. And at that time, let's have a showdown, said Jiu. Sure. Jian Wushuang smiled again, but he knew that he would not get the chance to meet this man again. He would have to go back to the Firmament territory soon. Jiu, you left the 8th tribe without staying any longer while Jian Wushuang remained there. Jian Wushuang, the baptism will take place in 2 months. Until then, you can stay here and wait for it, Eldering said to Jian Wushuang. Okay, thanks. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could afford to wait 2 more months. Time quickly flew by. Finally, the annual baptism arrived. Because the baptism was held every year, there were not many people left in each clan to be baptized. This time, Jian Wushuang only had a dozen companions with him. They were led by Eldering to a huge valley. In the center of the valley was a round pool, larger than 10 meters in diameter. The water in it smelled strange. Beside the pool, some people were throwing a large number of leaves and plants into it. Blub, blub. Taking a closer look, they saw that the water was boiling. This pool is where the people of our ancient god clan get baptized. We call it the baptismal pool. Elder Ying's voice was loud and clear. Everyone in our clan has a chance to be baptized in this pool. Most people can awaken their bloodlines and become ancient gods, while few will fail to do so because their bloodlines are too thin. Please wait here for a moment. After saying all that, Elder Ying walked toward the pool. This is the baptismal pool. The dozen people who were going to be baptized all intently stared at the pool with looks of anticipation. Jian Wushuang was among them. The baptismal pool, something that all the sects in the Firmament territory want to obtain. His eyes sparkled. The experts of the sects in the Firmament territory all hoped that one day they could be baptized in the pool to awaken their bloodline as an ancient god. That was why every time the Eternal Zone was open, those Eternal Realm experts would crazily try to seize the baptismal pools from the ancient god clan. Luckily, those pools were heavily guarded, so even if those experts joined hands to seize one, there was little prospect of them succeeding. And besides that, even if they were lucky enough to succeed, few of them could become ancient gods all the same. Chapter 734, The Ancient God Baptism. Chapter 734, The Ancient God Baptism. No matter how powerful the experts in the Firmament territory are, they are, after all, human beings without any ancient god bloodline. Even if they could get some from an ancient god's essence blood, that would not be enough to enable them to be an ancient god. Maybe some of them do have the greatest luck to become one, but it would most probably be just a copper-armored ancient god, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Right then, Eldering went back over to them. Listen, when you go into that pool later, try to absorb as much of the water as you can. In that way, your bloodline is more likely to be awoken and it will have a higher level, she said. Understood. The clansmen waiting to be baptized nodded. Eldering then added, All right, the baptismal pools are ready. Now, choose one of them to begin your baptism. She turned to Jian Wushuang and continued, Jian Wushuang, follow me. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed her to one of the baptismal pools. As for the others, they started running to the other pools. Because there were so many such kinds of pools, they could occupy one alone without disturbing anyone else. When they got into the water, there seemed to be a growl from beneath them that rocked their hearts. At the same time, the green steam floating above the surface began flowing into their bodies. They all closed their eyes while absorbing the steam. Elder Ing led Jian Wushuang to a pool that was larger than other ones. This pool is only for you. Different from the other pools, it's larger, contains more water, and most of all, there is an ancient god gem at the bottom, she said to him. Ancient god gem. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had never heard of that before. Then he listened as the elder explained. The ancient god gems are part of our ancient god's relics, and each one of the gems preserves some energy of the god's flesh. They're very helpful for awakening bloodlines. Up until now, few in our clan have possessed them. Generally, only those who have great potential or high-density bloodlines are qualified to have one. Since you satisfy both conditions as well as being a militant warrior, I ask them to give you one. Thank you, Eldering. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. But if you really want to thank me, then awaken a bloodline of a gold-armored ancient god, said Eldering. Gold-armored ancient god. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands. Now, get in the pool and remember to absorb as much water as you can. In the end, Elder Ing urged him. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at the pool. Staring at the steam above the water and the dazzling ripples, he took a deep breath before diving into it like a shooting star. The green steam flowed around the pool like a creeping snake. It feels special. The moment he got into the water, he felt the steam completely surround him. He felt as if he had again become a fetus in his mother's womb, as the magic and gentle power flowed into every part of his body. It gave him the pleasurable feeling of being limp and numb. It feels so good, Jian Wushuang said to himself as he tried hard to feel the energy flowing into his body, from his skin to his muscles, meridians, even into his bones. He felt as if his every cell was breathing. He was experiencing a change inside and out. With eyes closed, he was immersed in it. Blub, blub. The water kept boiling. The people in other pools were experiencing the same things as Jian Wushuang, and around the pools, many onlookers from the 8th tribe gathered with Eldering as their leader, their eyes fixed on the men in the water while they chatted with each other. Each of those 13 people has a good bloodline. I think that most of them can succeed in awakening their bloodlines. Of course they all can. The point is what kind of bloodlines they can awaken. If it turns out that they are all only able to become copper-armored ancient gods, that will be quite bad. I don't think that will happen. Judging by the density of their bloodlines, 2 of them will probably become silver-armored ancient gods. Besides, Jian Wushuang is certainly to become a silver-armored ancient god as well, maybe even a gold-armored ancient god. I agree. I also heard that Eldering has given him an ancient god gem. Let's wait and see how long he can stay in the water. If he can make it to a whole day or even 2 days, he is very likely to become a gold-armored ancient god. The onlookers were full of anticipation. A half-day passed. Howl! A loud roar came out from one of the pools, echoing throughout the valley. The onlookers immediately looked toward the pool where that sound had come from. There, they saw a young man with a face that was flushed red and veins that were throbbing along with his roars. He is going to transform into an ancient god. The onlookers were familiar with what was happening. A moment later, the young man's body began bulging to over 3 meters in height. His body gleamed with a bronze light, his muscle grew big, and he looked like a normal copper-armored ancient god. A copper-armored ancient god. The onlookers nodded with praise. After transforming into a copper-armored ancient god, the young man gradually restored his calm. A little while later, once he learned how to control the transformation, he turned back into a human being and walked out of the water. The man, however, did not look happy. He was frustrated because he had been the first one to walk out of the pool, which meant that he had absorbed the least energy and awakened the lowest bloodline. Chapter 735, The Metamorphosis. Chapter 735, The Metamorphosis. After the first man had awakened his bloodline, others began to get out of the pools one after another. In the blink of an eye, a whole day and night had passed. Among the 13 people who had come to be baptized, 12 of them had finished and walked out of the pools, and 2 of them had even become silver-armored demon gods. The only one left in the water was Jian Wushuang. "It has been 1 day and night," Eldering murmured, and a sliver of light escaped her eyes. So far, except for Jian Wushuang still being in the water, the longest time any of them stayed in water was 8 hours, and that man became a silver-armored demon god. Therefore, I think Jian Wushuang will awaken his bloodline as a gold-armored demon god. A 2-star ancient god gasped in admiration. As time continued on, Jian Wushuang was still immersed in the water, absorbing energy from it. The more he absorbed, the higher level his bloodline would be. The clansmen waited for him to come out at the edge of the valley. When it had been a whole day and night since Jian Wushuang went into the pool, those men felt quite surprised, and when it had been 2 days, they became thrilled. 2 days and nights, and 2/10 of the energy of the ancient god gem has been consumed, and he is still in the pool. In all the previous cases, all those who had stayed in the pool for 2 days and nights had become gold-armored ancient gods. It seems that he is not going to disappoint us. Gold-armored ancient god. Those onlookers were full of anticipation. That was because as time passed by, there were fewer and fewer gold-armored ancient gods in their clan. Presently, there was a total of less than 100 gold-armored ancient gods in the 10 clans combined. In that big baptismal pool, Jian Wushuang was sitting with his legs crossed with the green energy flowing into his body continuously. At the same time, he was experiencing a change. Some time later, as the energy stopped flowing into him, he reached his limit. His blood and bones felt thoroughly alive. Excitement and jubilation filled his every cell. He suddenly let out a cry of pain, which seemed to come from deep inside him. His face twisted and his veins throbbed. He opened his mouth in difficulty and tried to say something, but except for ear-splitting roars, nothing else could be heard from him. His voice resounded loudly throughout the place and alarmed all the creatures there. The clansmen who were waiting for him at the edge of the valley had excited expressions on their faces upon hearing the roars. 7 days and 6 nights. Finally, he is going to reach his limit. He has consumed 3/4 of the energy of the ancient god gem. Those people looked toward Jian Wushuang with eyes full of astonishment and admiration. The more energy one absorbed from the water, the higher the level his bloodline would be. At the thought of Jian Wushuang absorbing energy in the pool for such a long time as 7 days and 6 nights, those clansmen could not help wondering what kind of bloodline Jian Wushuang would awaken. I bet he is going to awaken his bloodline as a gold-armored ancient god. What's more, it should be of the highest level. Few in our clan can be his match in view of their bloodline levels. Let's just wait. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Then, with unbearable pain, Jian Wushuang's body started to bulge, just as the other clansmen had experienced in the baptismal pools. A moment later, his body grew visibly larger to 10 meters in height and finally to 15 meters. Along with that, his skin gradually turned golden, and his arms and legs grew larger. He looked exactly like a 15-meter tall, gold-armored ancient god. He is so strong and tall. He became a gold-armored ancient god, 15 meters in height. The onlookers were a bit dumbstruck. For a man in the ancient god clan, how tall he could grow was determined by his bloodline. Normally, the copper-armored ancient gods were about 3 meters tall, while the silver-armored ancient gods were 5 to 6 meters in height. As for the gold-armored ancient gods, most of them were about 10 meters in height. Few were taller than that. Therefore, they were quite surprised by Jian Wushuang's height after he transformed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, what's that?" The others immediately followed his eyes to look at Jian Wushuang's chest, and they were again dumbfounded. On Jian Wushuang's chest, they saw a pattern of a quadrangular star. The pattern represented Jian Wushuang's level as a 1-star ancient god, and what surprised the clansmen so much was the area that the pattern covered. The skin in that area was dark golden, a little different from the other areas of his skin. Dark golden. Dark golden. How is that possible? The clansmen could not believe their eyes. In their minds, each of the 3 kinds of ancient gods had skin that was just a single color. The gold-armored ancient gods were golden-skinned. Why is the skin on his chest different from the other parts of his body? What the hell is this? As the pain inside Jian Wushuang diminished, a sliver of golden light escaped his eyes. With him suddenly looking up, there was a pressing force sweeping away from him. Meanwhile, some images broke into his mind. They were the inherited memories of the ancient gods. The memories were about only one thing. The supreme skill of the ancient god clan, 3 fingers of the ancient god. Chapter 736, Against Nature Twice, the Deification Realm. Chapter 736, Against Nature Twice, the Deification Realm. The ancestor of the ancient god clan was a great ancient god. That god possessed incredible power and was highly gifted. Every time his descendants awoke their bloodlines, some of them might gain a part of his memory. Those lucky ones had to work at the memory by themselves and could not teach others their gains. As those descendants' bloodline got thinner and thinner, only a few of them could gain that ancestor's memory while awaking their bloodlines, and that was true even of the gold-armored ancient gods. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang gained that memory. 3 fingers of the ancient god. Everything about that skill was now in his mind. It was one of the ancestors' most terrifying and unique skills. Only those clansmen with a high level of bloodline could master it. The 3 fingers meant 3 moves. According to what Jian Wushuang learned from the inherited memory, each move had amazing power. By displaying the first move, one could break realms. By displaying the second move, one could extinguish stars. By displaying the third move, one could shatter the world. Thus, the 3 moves were respectively named barrier-breaking, star-extinguishing, and world-shattering. 3 fingers of the ancient god is a really fierce and terrifying skill. Jian Wushuang was amazed. He believed that later, after he mastered the skill, he would be able to exert extraordinary power. After a quick scan of that memory, he looked down at his body. Is this how I look after I transformed into an ancient god? Staring at his strongly built body, he found it even bigger than that of the gold-armored demon gods at over 10 meters high. He clenched his hand and could feel a mighty power gather in it. He could tell that this power was much more powerful than that of the Sword Heart. At the same time, he also noticed the pattern of a quadrangular star on his chest and the dark golden skin it covered. Dark golden. Jian Wushuang was a little confused. He never heard of any ancient god in the ancient god clan who had dark golden skin. However, it did not bother him that much as it was just a small area. After some time in his transformed body, with a thought of his mind, his body began shrinking into a normal human being's. When he was back into his human body, he immediately felt that his spiritual power had been changed. I broke through a realm. He was not surprised at this. He had known for a long time ago that once those of the ancient god clan accepted their baptism and awoke their bloodlines, they would break through to the level of one-star ancient god. That level was equal to the level of divine realm experts. Therefore, he had expected that he would reach the divine realm as well after he accepted the baptism, and in view of this, he had purposely adventured longer in order to linger in the skyscraping realm. After all, in the skyscraping realm, he could comprehend Tao and swordsmanship at a great speed, but once he broke through into the divine realm, that speed would be reduced. Now he found himself in the divine realm. That meant an overall change to his body and an increase of his power, as well as a decrease of his comprehension speed. Actually, even though his talent in comprehension would be weakened, he would still be better at it than others. Now, I've come to the second step of the heaven-defying 4 steps, deification realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. The 4 steps meant 4 realms: heaven-treading realm, deification realm, everlasting realm, and eternal supremo. Among them, the deification realm was equivalent to the divine realm of normal warriors, given that the heavenly creation skill was so unique. After Jian Wushuang transformed into a human being, he did not hurry out of the pool, but stayed in it trying to figure out the difference of the second step. Soon he got the answer. He murmured with a horrified look, "After I'm in the deification realm, I can reach the peak of my power without limit." In the heaven-treading realm, he was best at comprehending. In the deification realm, he would get the most powerful battle strength. It meant that as long as he was in the realm, he could improve his battle strength without limit. For example, if a divine realm expert could exchange some moves with an eternal realm expert and not get killed, he could be regarded as an exceptional genius among his peers, and if he could kill that expert, he would be regarded as a genius of geniuses. However, very few people in the eternal world could achieve that. The fact was that no matter how powerful a divine realm expert was of his level, he could only beat down some weak and average eternal realm experts. If he could do better than that, he would have broken through the eternal realm. However, the heavenly creation skill Jian Wushuang practiced was meant to break the recognized rules among the common people. There was no limit to his power when he was in the deification realm. With some opportunities, he could achieve what others could not. That was to say, he could be as powerful as the top eternal realm experts someday. In that realm, he could improve his power as much as he wanted. Heavenly creation skill is really incredible. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of surprise. He raised his head and looked around, finding the clansmen all staring at him with dumbfounded looks. Jian Wushuang smiled at them, walked out the baptismal pool, and came up to them. Chapter 737, Ancient God Palace. Chapter 737, Ancient God Palace. Eldering and other brothers, sorry to keep you waiting. Jian Wushuang apologized to them. Those who were waiting for him all stared at him with a strange look, especially Eldering. Her eyes flickered when she observed Jian Wushuang. His bloodline carries a strong oppressive force, a force much stronger than those of the other gold-armored ancient gods. The others looked a bit terrified while staring at Jian Wushuang. Once the people of the ancient god clan awoke their bloodline, it would emit an oppressive force from them, and the force of a gold-armored ancient god would be much stronger than that of a silver-armored ancient god. Therefore, even if the latter was stronger than the former. He would still be in awe of him, because his bloodline was of lower level. Those clansmen had been waiting for Jian Wushuang for so long that the first time he awoke his bloodline, they immediately felt it and were shocked. The oppressive force they felt from him was fiercer than what they felt from other gold-armored ancient gods. It has been rather long since a bloodline of such high level as yours has awoken, Eldering said to Jian Wushuang with her eyes sparkling. After a long silence, she let out a sigh of relief and turned to her clansmen. The baptism is ended, and all of you can go back now. Yes, Eldering. The clansmen all headed back after shooting Jian Wushuang a glance. Soon, there was only Jian Wushuang with Eldering. Jian Wushuang, I want to show you something. Follow me. She finally spoke again. Yes, Eldering. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang followed her. They left the valley and then the clan. Eternal Zone was a vast land. The ancient god clan and the wild beasts each controlled half of it. Where the two territories met was the holy place of the ancient god clan, and the place had been closed since the clan lost the ancestors' trace. During those long years, no one had gotten in or out of the place. Elder Ing led Jian Wushuang to a giant mountain near the holy place, and there was a wide path leading to its peak. Walking along the path, Jian Wushuang quickly reached the peak. What's this? He was immediately attracted by a scene in front of him. It was a group of ancient and huge palaces. Between him and the palaces was a giant stone, on which 3 words were engraved. Ancient God Palace. Ancient God Palace? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had been in the Eternal Zone for more than 80 years, and yet he had never heard of the palace before. Elder Ing, what are those palaces? Ancient God Palace is the core place of our clan and also a place where our top experts are gathered. Elder Ing started explaining. This palace contains the most important and ancient 3 secret skills of our clan. Those skills are our foundation. There are over 1 million people in our 10 tribes, and only the top ones or the gold-armored ancient gods can enter this palace to study the 3 skills. The 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang was excited. Back when he was studying the Star River secret skill, Gu Changfeng had told him that there were 2 other secret skills in their clan apart from the one he was working on. At that time, he had only been able to learn the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill and was not up to the rest of the levels and the other 2 secret skills. Gu Changfeng had also told him that only gold-armored ancient gods could practice those skills. However, now, from Elder Ying's words, he finally knew that not only gold-armored ancient gods, but also top experts could practice them. Jian Wushuang. Elder Ing looked towards him and spoke again. You have awoken a strong bloodline and even have dark golden skin on your chest. That's why I brought you here. Let me show you in. Thanks, Elder Ing. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could not wait to see the other levels of the Star River secret skill and the other 2 secret skills with his own eyes. Following Elder Ing, he entered the palace, and in the hallway, he saw some people with terrifying power. The first person he caught sight of was a bald man. The man saw him as well and grinned at him, which, however, made his hair stand on end. He could tell that the man was powerful enough to kill him with 1 strike. Besides the man, the others he saw along the way all made him feel fear. Those people are as powerful as 2-star ancient gods, and their battle strength have to be amazingly strong, he thought. In fact, he had met many Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament territory before, and those experts in the 3 magnates and the top sects numbered 100. Nevertheless, except for his master Xian Yi, none of them terrified him as much as these men he saw here. He even suspected that each expert in that palace could kill a group of Eternal Realm experts outside by themselves. Is this the main power of the ancient god clan? Jian Wushuang was stunned inside. Though he had seen some two-star ancient gods in the 10 tribes earlier, he had not been able to set eyes on the really powerful ones until this moment, for these experts remained in the palace all the time. Chapter 738, Imperial Kinsman. Chapter 738, Imperial Kinsman. Following Eldering, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the core place of the palace, a huge black pavilion. On the stairs in front of him, he saw a weathered elder sit with his legs crossed and eyes closed. If someone observed the elder just by looking, he would think that this man was not breathing and was dead. But if he closed his eyes and tried hard to feel the elder's aura, he would know that the elder was alive. Elder Ing bowed to the elder respectfully. The elder heard the voice and opened his eyes. As the elder's eyes fell on Jian Wushuang, the latter immediately felt his mind go blank. For a moment, Jian Wushuang felt as if he was frozen inside out. What's wrong with me? He could not help being afraid. 3-star ancient god. This elder must be a 3-star ancient god, as powerful as a Tao master. Jian Wushuang's eyes were widely opened. This was the first time that he had seen such a supreme expert. Although the elder was an ancient god, not a human being, Jian Wushuang knew that the elder was no weaker than a human Tao master and might be even stronger. He was so thrilled that such a powerful god was now sitting before his eyes. How could this boy's bloodline be even stronger than mine? The elder was surprised after staring at Jian Wushuang, and he immediately asked, "Boy, who are you?" He looked impassive, his piercing eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang as if he wanted to see through him. Being watched by such a pair of intense eyes, Jian Wushuang felt timid, but he was experienced, so he managed to remain calm while replying, "I'm Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang. On hearing the answer, the elder narrowed his eyes. Elder, this boy is a descendant of militant warriors. A few days ago, he accepted a baptism in the baptismal pool with our clansmen and didn't get out until 7 days and 6 nights later. Elder Ing chimed in. 7 days and 6 nights? Elder Ji had a surprised look on his face upon hearing the words. Normally, staying in the baptismal pool for 2 days and 2 nights would be enough to awake the bloodline of a gold-armored ancient god. At that moment, Elder Ing continued. More than that, the gold-armored ancient god he transformed into was about 15 meters tall and had dark gold skin on his chest, while the skin of other parts was pure gold. Dark gold. On hearing this, Elder Yi suddenly rose up to his feet and watched Jian Wushuang closely while shouting, "You just said that the gold-armored ancient god this boy transformed into was about 15 meters tall and had dark gold skin on his chest." "Yes." Elder Ing nodded. Elder Yi was vacant-eyed with astonishment, murmuring, "Dark gold ancient god. Imperial bloodline. Imperial bloodline?" When Elder Ing heard the 2 words, she was dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang was, however, confused. What does imperial bloodline mean? Is he talking about me? There are only copper-armored ancient gods, silver-armored ancient gods, and gold-armored ancient gods, aren't there? Lost in confusion, Jian Wushuang suddenly heard Elder Yi speak to him. Jian Wushuang, transform into an ancient god now. Yes, Elder. Jian Wushuang nodded. There was a burst of bloodline power inside Jian Wushuang, unleashed with his will, and his body began to bulge. In just a moment, he had become a gold-armored ancient god about 15 meters tall. And surely the skin on his chest was dark gold. It's indeed dark gold. Elder Yi stared at Jian Wushuang for a good while. His bloodline is so pure with an overpowering, oppressing force. Even I shiver under it. He does have an imperial bloodline. Though only being a small part, those with imperial bloodline are nobler than us. So many years have passed, and finally, we have another man with an imperial bloodline in our clan. Huh. Elder Yi laughed loudly with joy and excitement. Jian Wushuang and Elder Ing were puzzled at the sudden laughter. Elder Ing was not among those seniors of the clan. Thus, she did not know some secrets about the clan, such as the imperial bloodline. A noble with imperial bloodline has appeared again. Why are you old guys still staying inside? Elder Yi suddenly turned back and shouted at the palace. His voice echoed throughout the whole place. However, only a few people in the palace could hear it. Those people were the ones who had lived for a really long time in the clan. Imperial bloodline? The direct descendant of His Majesty has finally appeared? As another loud voice echoed from the underground, the ground where Jian Wushuang stood on started shaking wildly. What's going on? Jian Wushuang was startled and looked around. Seeing the sudden change, the clansmen inside the palace were also amazed. Right then, the ground was cracked open from its center, and from inside stretched out a huge palm. Then a giant figure climbed out, who tore the ground apart like tearing a coffin that buried him. It was a gold-armored ancient god, dozens of meters, tall, gleaming with golden light. The god stood towering like a giant mountain, stunning the onlookers just based on visual impact. How tall and strong it is! Jian Wushuang was amazed. It is a human being. The giant figure stretched himself after turning up, making a thundering sound. The next moment, the figure began shrinking and finally turned into a middle-aged man about 2 meters tall, who rushed towards the black pavilion, approaching Jian Wushuang. Chapter 739 Secret. Chapter 739 Secret. There was a towering mountain outside the ancient god palace. It existed for a long, long time in the Eternal Zone. The clansmen from the ancient god clan occasionally passed by this mountain when they went hunting. At this moment, imperial bloodline. The resonant sound echoed through the mountain, causing it to convulse. Crack! A huge crack suddenly appeared on the mountain wall, followed by the mountain splitting in two as if it had been parted by someone. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-foot-tall, gold-armored ancient god stepped out of the mountain. At the same time, a giant figure flew out of the lake in the Eternal Zone. A stone-faced young man walked out of a mansion. In the depths of the boundless wasteland, a gold-armored ancient god dashed forward at amazing speed while ignoring the beasts on his way. The weathered Elder E, had sent out the messages in a special way. Those old monsters who had been living in seclusion all came out. Shortly after, they all appeared in front of a black pavilion in the ancient god palace and fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang, who was also looking at these ancient gods in shock. Along with Elder E, the other 8 ancient gods all had human appearances. Regardless of their gender or age, they all had one thing in common. They were all 3-star ancient gods. 9 3-star ancient gods. Jian Wushuang gasped. A 2-star ancient god was comparable to a Tao master. There were 4 Tao masters in the entire firmament territory, the masters of the 3 magnates and the sect master of the ancient sect. Although the ancient sect had another 3 Tao masters, they had already left the firmament territory. The 9 ancient gods were looking at Jian Wushuang in admiration. Imperial bloodline. He really has the imperial bloodline. Although it's just a small part of the imperial bloodline, that's enough. Haha, many years have passed. We finally have an imperial bloodline clansman, but he is not strong. He has just awakened his bloodline, so it's natural that he is still weak. It won't take long for him to meet the requirement. Things are getting better. The 9 3-star ancient gods were in a heated discussion, looking surprised and delighted. Everyone! The other 3-star ancient god stopped talking and nodded slightly after hearing Elder Yi's voice. Okay, since you don't have any questions, then I'll explain it to the young boy, Elder Yi said. Okay, then we'll all go to make some preparations. The other 8 3-star ancient gods could not help casting a fervent glance at Jian Wushuang before they left. Jian Wushuang, felt that it was very strange. "Boy, your name is Jian Wushuang, right?" Elder E looked over at the boy with a kind expression, then said, "I guess you're very confused now, right?" "Right." Jian Wushuang nodded unconsciously. What had happened just now puzzled him, as well as Granny Ying. They had no idea about the imperial bloodline, so it was not clear to them why the 3-star ancient gods were over the moon after receiving the news that Jian Wushuang had a part of the imperial bloodline. It's normal that you're confused about it. After all, in the entire clan, only we old guys know the secret. Elder E sighed and started to explain. As we all know, our ancestor was an ancient god who was strong enough to destroy the world. And actually, it's inappropriate to call him the ancient god. He is our king. King. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Right, he was a dark gold ancient god, the highest level, while the other ancient gods were his subordinates, who served him and followed his orders. Elder E continued, "We're not his descendants, but his subordinates' descendants. Many years ago, the king suddenly disappeared and the holy place closed. So many of his subordinates there became isolated from us. Over the past years, we've tried to enter the holy place. As long as we're able to enter the holy place, we can find out the reason why the king was missing and why the holy place was closed. But the formation there was too powerful, and even though all the 3-star ancient gods worked together, we were still unable to break it. It's impossible to enter it with strength alone, so we have to turn to people who possess the imperial bloodline. It's a pity that our king had no lineal descendants. We've lived in this world for a long, long time. Our bloodline has become weaker and weaker, let alone have we fostered the imperial bloodline, so we've all felt hopeless. But now, you've given us a glimmer of hope, because you have part of the imperial bloodline." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang finally understood. The imperial bloodline could help them unseal the holy place so that they could solve the riddles, which was of the greatest importance to the ancient god clan. "Elder E, you want me to break the seal of the holy place?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Right." Elder E nodded. "But you've just awakened your bloodline, so you're too weak to break the seal. You need some time to grow up. When you become a 2-star ancient god, you might be able to succeed." Chapter 740. The 3 Secret Skills of the Ancient God Clan. Chapter 740. The 3 Secret Skills of the Ancient God Clan. 2-star ancient god. Jian Wushuang wore a wry smile. He had just awakened the bloodline and become a 1-star ancient god, so he was far from being a 2-star ancient god. "Little Ying." Elder E addressed Granny Ying. Granny Ying was a highly respected ancient god in the 8th tribe, but in front of Elder E, she became Little Ying. Obviously, Elder E had lived longer than Granny Ying. "You brought the boy here for the 3 secret skills, right?" Elder E asked. Granny Ying nodded, saying that's right. "The 3 secret skills are the greatest foundation for our clan. Jian Wushuang, go and do some good cultivation," Elder E responded while waving his hand. Then the gate of the black pavilion opened. "Jian Wushuang, go for it," Granny Ying said. Jian Wushuang walked inside without hesitation. Inside there was an open space with 3 stone tablets in the center. Each of the stone tablets was 30 feet tall, black, and made from some special ore. Many small, tightly packed characters were carved on them. Each of the stone tablets had a secret skill recorded onto them. Jian Wushuang went over to the first stone tablet engraved with the Scarlet Eye secret skill. The Scarlet Eye secret skill helps you see through reality and illusions. If someone reaches its limit, everything will be exposed to him under the Scarlet Eye. Jian Wushuang was shocked by its brief introduction. See through reality and illusions. Everything will be exposed to him under the Scarlet Eye. This was a great secret skill. Jian Wushuang continued and looked at the second secret skill. The 3 secret skills were Scarlet Eye, Star River, and mind-controlling. The Scarlet Eye secret skill was rare. The last 2 secret skills were used for attacking. He had mastered the first 3 levels of the Star River secret skill and improved his offensive power by 9 times. He had only seen the manuals of the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill when he was in the 8th tribe. But now, faced with the complete manual of the Star River secret skill, Jian Wushuang was rocked. 34 levels. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes, staring at the second stone tablet. The Star River secret skill actually had 34 levels. What he had seen in the 8th tribe was less than 1/3 of the complete secret skill. Each level of the Star River secret skill is able to improve my offensive power by 3 times. Now I've just reached level 3, so my offensive power became 9 times greater than before. If I reach level 11, my offensive power will improve by 33 times. However, level 11 is not the limit. If I reach level 34, my offensive power will gain 100-fold increase. 100-fold increase. 100-fold offensive power. The secret skills in the Firmament territory often helped improve offensive power by 10 times at the most. For human warriors, 10 times was their limit. When he saw the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill, Jian Wushuang was totally stupefied, and now he was even more shocked. It can actually help me obtain 100-fold offensive power. This, Jian Wushuang was at a loss for words. Aided by the secret skill, the Firmament territory experts were only able to improve their offensive power by, at most, 10 times, while the ancient gods could get 100-fold power increase if they reached the peak of the Star River secret skill. Powerful. Terrifying. This was the formidable ancient god clan. The mind-controlling secret skill was targeted at the opponent's consciousness and soul. If someone reached the elementary level, he was capable of attacking one's consciousness. Unlike the 18 levels of hell, which could pose a threat to one's consciousness and stop his consciousness for a short moment, the mind-controlling secret skill was used to attack one's consciousness and make him tingle or confused. If someone were to reach the supreme level, he would be able to attack one's soul, which was strange and terrifying. Each of the secret skills is amazing. Jian Wushuang could not hold back his praise. The demon gods were already more powerful. Now, aided by the 3 secret skills, they would be invincible. Clansmen who have awakened the demon god bloodline are qualified to practice the 3 secret skills. The better bloodline a demon god possesses, the higher level he will reach. I'm a gold-armored ancient god and have a part of the imperial bloodline, so I'm able to cultivate it, but I don't know how far I can go, Jian Wushuang murmured. Then he sat down with his legs crossed as he started to meditate on the Scarlet Eye secret skill, which helped see through reality and illusions. As Jian Wushuang was meditating on the secret skill, Granny Ying was still standing outside with respect. Each of our 3 secret skills is profound. Although the boy has a part of the imperial bloodline, it's impossible for him to master all of them in a short period of time. Littling, there's no need to wait here. Go back to the tribe. And remember, don't talk to anyone about the boy's imperial bloodline and our clan's secret. Okay. Granny Ying nodded and then left. Elder E sat cross-legged in front of the black pavilion. The boy has a part of the imperial bloodline, so it's easy for him to master the River Star's secret skill. But to practice the last 2 skills requires a superior understanding. I wonder how long he will meet the requirement for the 2 skills, Elder, he said quietly. Then he closed his eyes. Chapter 741, Dedicated Meditation. Chapter 741, Dedicated Meditation. Jian Wushuang was quietly meditating on the secret skill in front of the 3 stone tablets. The Star River secret skill consisted of 34 levels. It was easy to reach the elementary levels. Even the clansmen who had not awakened the bloodline were able to master level 1 or level 2. However, the further they went, the harder it became. In the entire clan, few had been able to reach level 20. As for the Scarlet Eye secret skill and the mind-controlling secret skill, it was difficult for the ancient gods to meet the requirements. Some powerful clansmen, and even some gold-armored ancient gods, would spend 10 years or even 100 years meditating on the two skills if they wanted to reach level 1. Jian Wushuang possessed the imperial bloodline. If he had remained a skyscraping realm expert who had the highest understanding, it would have been easier for him to meditate on the two skills, but now he was a divine realm expert whose understanding was weaker. It took him 5 years to start getting the hang of the Scarlet Eye secret skill. Then he spent 8 years reaching the elementary levels of the mind-controlling secret skill. And as for the Star River secret skill, it only took him half a month to master level 10. In the ancient god clan, 1-star ancient gods were only able to reach level 10 of the Star River secret skill. After keeping the 3 secret skills manuals in his mind, Jian Wushuang decided to leave. Jian Wushuang. The moment he stepped out of the black pavilion, Jian Wushuang immediately saw Elder Yi sitting on the ground. Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang bowed to the elder. How's it going with the 3 secret skills? Elder Yi asked. Not bad. I've reached level 10 of the Star River secret skill and elementary levels of the other 2 skills. Jian Wushuang replied honestly. What, so fast? Elder Yi was astonished, but soon calmed himself. Then he said with a smile, You're worthy of possessing the imperial bloodline. Your understanding is excellent. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. But actually he was not satisfied with his achievements. His talents and comprehension became weaker than before after he reached the deification realm. If he had been in the skyscraping realm, he would have only spent 3 years on the 2 last secret skills. As for how to use the 3 skills, you can ask some ancient gods in the ancient god palace. They'll help you, Elder Yi added. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had planned to stay in the ancient god palace. I have lived in the eternal zone for more than 90 years. In 7 years, this zone will open again. Then I'll leave for the firmament territory. So I can stay in the ancient god palace to enhance my strength until then. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He would live in the ancient god palace for 7 years. There were numerous powerful clansmen in the ancient god palace. Although Jian Wushuang was unable to fight against them, he was raring to go. The clansmen of the ancient god clan were born militant, as was Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Jian Wushuang started to challenge his clansmen. Time flew by in the Eternal Zone. During that period of time, he had fought many clansmen in the ancient god palace. Although he rarely won the fights, Jian Wushuang had never lost heart and kept challenging more clansmen. He also gained a lot from his abject failures. 7 years passed by. On the top floor of a towering pagoda, Jian Wushuang quietly sat cross-legged under an ancient copper bell, with his eyes closed and a faint smile on his face. He suddenly shook, and a surge of overwhelming aura radiated out. Star River's secret skill, level 11, is complete. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, which shone with excitement. He had reached level 10 7 years ago and improved his offensive power by 30 times. He had been practicing the Star River secret skill over the past 7 years. Now he finally made it to level 11 and gained another 3-fold increase. The Star River secret skill was restricted to ancient God's realm. When Jian Wushuang was a skyscraping realm expert before he had awakened his bloodline, he was capable of mastering the first 3 levels of this skill. As for his clansmen who had not become 1-star ancient gods, they could reach level 3 at the most. Level 10 of the Star River secret skill would be the limit for the 1-star ancient gods. The strongest 1-star ancient gods, even the gold-armored ancient gods, could only reach level 10. No one had made it to level 11. However, Jian Wushuang succeeded. This was the particularity of the deification realm. His strength was limitless in that realm. Therefore, he was able to reach level 11. He would progress to level 12 or 13 as he had great potential. Jian Wushuang. A bold voice was heard before a bald man glided in from afar. Jian Wushuang addressed him. Gu Heng. The bald man was named Gu Heng, who was a powerful 2-star ancient god. Although he was a silver-armored ancient god, few gold-armored ancient gods could match him. Jian Wushuang had sparred with him more than once, but he had suffered a crushing defeat every time. Time is up. Elder, Yi asked me to tell you that the outsiders are about to arrive, Gu Heng said. Finally, it's time for me to show up. Jian Wushuang raised his head, his eyes shining with killing intent. Chapter 742. 100 Years Arrives. Chapter 742. 100 Years Arrives. Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang bowed to the elder in front of the black pavilion. Elder Yi looked at the boy with a faint smile while asking, Are you ready to fight the outsiders? Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although they don't have much strength, they have superb skills. You should go to fight them. But you have to be careful because the outsiders are interested in our essence blood, so it will be an all-out fight if you do encounter them. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded again. As a militant warrior, you have experienced such fights many times before, so I won't need to remind you more about it. Here's something for you. Elder Yi waved his hand and threw a wilted yellow leaf to the boy. Jian Wushuang received it and immediately felt the terrifying power contained within it. Elder Yi, what is it? Jian Wushuang asked with a confused look. This leaf can save your life. Your imperial bloodline is important to us, so I don't dare to risk your life. Elder Yi responded with a faint smile. This leaf contains my finger power. If you're in danger, just tear it. Thank you, Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang expressed his appreciation with a flicker of delight in his heart. It was clear to him that Elder Yi was really a 3-star ancient god, even superior to a human Dao master, so the power of his finger would be a brilliant weapon. I've ordered Gu Heng to go with you. If you have any problem, just ask him. Elder Yi waved his hand. Jian Wushuang nodded and then left. Gu Heng had been waiting outside of the ancient god palace. Seeing Jian Wushuang approaching, Gu Heng stepped forward and said with a smile, Jian Wushuang, we'll work together this time. Jian Wushuang smiled and asked, Gu Heng, have you fought an outsider? Of course I have, Gu Heng replied. The outsiders invade our homeland every 100 years, so our clan arranges some clansmen to fight them. Aside from ordinary 2-star ancient gods from the 10 big tribes, our clan sometimes dispatches 1 or 2 clansmen from the ancient god palace. I have fought the outsiders 3 times, so this is my 4th crusade. Oh, really? Jian Wushuang understood. Right, you haven't brawled with the outsides, have you? Their strength is poor, but they have amazing skills. Gu Heng started to talk about the outsiders. Jian Wushuang listened attentively, but he felt inwardly aggrieved. Because after all, he also came from the outside world and could be regarded as an outsider. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the skills of the human experts than Gu Heng did. Shortly after, they arrived at the Great Mountains, which stretched out for thousands of miles. They were called the Tianqi Mountains. Due to their years of experience, the clansmen from the ancient god clan knew that the outsiders would appear at any corner of the mountains, so they waited there. Hundreds of 2-star ancient gods were standing close by in the void. They all came from the 10 tribes. Aside from a few powerful ones, most of them were mediocre. Gu Xiao, who had saved Jian Wushuang once, was considered the strongest among the group of 2-star ancient gods. At this point, they gathered in 2s and 3s and were chatting with each other. I heard that the ancient god palace will send someone here. As we all know, only gold-armored ancient gods or real supreme clansmen are qualified to enter the ancient god palace, so every one of them is far superior to us. I wonder which one will come here. The two-star ancient gods were looking forward to it. The ancient god clan paid more attention to strength and bloodline. Many clansmen dreamed of having access to the ancient god palace. At this point, two figures glided over from afar. Finally, two masters are coming. The two-star ancient gods widened their eyes. Those two figures quickly appeared in front of them. The two-star ancient gods were a bit surprised when they saw the bald man. Gu Heng, Master Gu Heng. Wow, Master Gu Heng came here. Gu Heng will personally fight the outsiders. Do they have any chance to survive? The two-star ancient gods obviously knew about Gu Heng's strength, so they were shocked. However, the moment they noticed the young man beside Gu Heng, they all wore odd expressions on their faces. 1 star? A 1-star ancient god? Are you kidding me? He definitely came to the wrong place. A 1-star ancient god should go to the outer layer and fight with those so-called divine realm experts. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang gave them a wry smile, as he had foreseen that they would have such a reaction. After all, he was only a 1-star ancient god. Even though he came from the ancient god palace, his level did not convince them. Jian Wushuang, it seems that you'll have to prove yourself. Gu Heng teased him. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with resignation. Okay, listen up, this is Jian Wushuang. Although he is just a 1-star ancient god, his strength is far superior to most of ours. Gu Heng introduced him in a resonant voice. As for this fight with the outsiders, we will be your commanders, so you have to follow our orders over the next 10 days, understand? Understood, chorused the 2-star ancient gods. Although they responded in a loud voice, Jian Wushuang could tell that they still doubted his strength from their unnatural expressions. Chapter 743, The Eternal Zone Reopens. Chapter 743, The Eternal Zone Reopens. The clansmen from the ancient god clan assembled, while the experts and divine realm disciples from all the sects gathered in the void over an ancient forest outside of the Eternal Zone. The 3 magnates, Cloud Sea Asgard, Immortal Dynasty, and Boundless Demon Sect, also dispatched many experts. Although Cloud Sea Asgard had lost 7 Eternal Realm experts, who were killed by the furious Xian Yi, it had not suffered seriously, as this magnate was full of brilliant experts. 2 Eternal Realm experts had emerged in Cloud Sea Asgard over the past 100 years. One of them was Wu Dao, who had been set up by Jian Wushuang and had to make a great effort to save his life. That narrow escape had probably stimulated his potential. And once he returned to Cloud Sea Asgard, Wu Dao spent 70 years in closed-door cultivation until he made a breakthrough to the Eternal Realm. Now, as a supreme expert in the firmament territory, he looked energetic and confident. Wu Dao, it's your first time going into the inner layer of the Eternal Zone, so you should be careful. Unlike those in the outer layer, the demon gods in the inner layer are more powerful than us. Although they have a limited understanding of the Tao, it's not easy for us to take the baptismal pools from them. You've just reached the Eternal Realm, so you're not strong enough to fight against them. After you arrive there, go to find other elders as soon as possible. If you collaborate to fight them, you might be able to pull it off. A barefoot elder with a tender face and white hair urged Wu Dao, who nodded in agreement and did not dare to disobey his order. The experts from the other sects looked at the barefoot elder with a flicker of terror in their eyes. Eventually, an Eternal Realm expert from the Mortal Dynasty who could not suppress his curiosity asked, Yun Fan, I didn't expect that you'd personally come here. Are you going to take more baptismal pools for your people? Yun Fan was the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard, second only to Xian Yi, who is known as the most powerful Eternal Realm expert in the firmament territory. He was also the only Eternal Realm expert who had become a silver-armored demon god through the demon god baptismal pool. Therefore, there was no need for him to enter the eternal zone. Acquiring one more baptismal pool would be useless to him unless he grabbed it for the other experts. Whether I go into the eternal zone or not is none of your business. Yun Fan looked around with a frosty expression. Perceiving his sharp eyes, the other experts did not dare to say anything further. In fact, Yun Fan was drowning in conflicting emotions. He was reluctant to enter the eternal zone. As the Eternal Realm expert from the Immortal dynasty said, it was not appealing to him. He had to show up here because of the order of his palace master. Cloud Sea Asgard had lost 7 of their Eternal Realm experts 100 years ago, which was a great loss for the sect. It was nearly impossible for human warriors to change into demon gods by using a baptismal pool, but 3 baptismal pools were enough. So the palace master of Cloud Sea Asgard asked Yun Fan to head to the Eternal Zone and snatch at least 3 baptismal pools to improve the strength of their Eternal Realm experts. A glum elder from the Boundless Demon sect was inconspicuously standing nearby. He was in Chao, who had crazily hunted Jian Wushuang and forced him to escape into the inner layer. And Chao was also terrified of Yun Fan. The old monster actually came. I should be more careful. This brutal and heartless old guy might grab things by any means. The ancient sect had sent 9 Eternal Realm experts here, 1 more than the last time. Palace Master Destruction was the strongest among the 9 experts. Last time, I was the only one to obtain a baptismal pool, though I failed to change into a demon god. This time we have to take more pools, Palace Master Destruction said. Okay. His comrades nodded in agreement. Soon after, 2 wormholes, which were respectively connected to the outer and inner layer, appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this, the experts' eyes lit up. Let's go. Haha, the Eternal Zone, I'm coming. Demon gods, wait for my killing. Numerous Eternal Realm experts instantly stepped into the wormhole, while the Divine Realm disciples glided into the other access to the outer layer. After 100 years, the Eternal Zone had reopened. At the same time, in a white robe, Xian Yi was sitting in a chair on the 2nd floor of the Sword Tower while watching a streak of light float over a long, narrow table next to the wall. 100 years prior, this sword spark seemed faint, as if it would die out at any time. But now it was extremely brilliant and dazzling. 100 years have finally passed. Xian Yi said with a faint smile. It only took him less than 50 years to grow up to be a superior Divine Realm expert. Now 100 years have passed. Which level has he reached? Let me have a look. Xian Yi murmured with an enigmatic smile on his face. Chapter 744, Arrival. Chapter 744, Arrival. In the Tianqi Mountains, Gu Hong looked up to the void over his head, mumbling. It's almost time. The outsiders are about to arrive. He immediately cried out to his people, Gu Mian, Gu Wu. 2 clansmen walked over instantly. You 2, stay with Jian Wushuang. The rest of you scatter and take action separately. Go. Gu Hong ordered in a resonant tone. Hundreds of 2-star clansmen immediately teamed up in 2s or 3s and glided in all directions. Gu Mian and Gu Wu appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Gu Hong looked over at Jian Wushuang, saying, Most of the outsiders will join hands to attack us. You're good, but it's too dangerous to travel alone. Both Gu Mian and Gu Wu are 2-star silver-armored ancient gods. Their powers are not bad, comparable to the human warriors at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. With them following you, they can be your helpers. Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, What about you? Gu Hong smiled and said with confidence, Of course I'll travel alone. The outsiders won't threaten me. Even if 4 or 5 outsiders attack me together, I'm able to defeat them by myself. Jian Wushuang shrugged. He had never doubted Gu Heng's strength. Over the past few years in the ancient god palace, he had fought with Gu Heng several times and had lost badly each time. Okay, be careful. Don't underestimate those outsiders. I will leave first. Goodbye. Gu Heng reminded before he left. Only Jian Wushuang, Gu Mian, and Gu Wu remained standing there. We should go too, Jian Wushuang said, and then walked away. Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at each other. Although they were unwilling to follow Jian Wushuang, they had to obey Gu Heng's order. Not long after the clansmen dispersed, the void above the Tianqi Mountains suddenly shook, and a surge of space waves spread out. Is it coming? Jian Wushuang raised his head with a flicker of delight in his eyes. Master, shall we guard a baptismal pool or travel around to support others? Gu Mian suddenly asked. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. We'll take the second option for sure. The Tianqi Mountains was the main battlefield between the ancient gods and the experts from the firmament territory. The mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the ancient god clan intentionally set 100 baptismal pools in every nook of the mountains to attract experts from the firmament territory to compete. The clansmen were scattered all over the mountains. Some of them would choose to guard the baptismal pool, waiting for the arrival of outsiders. The others would travel around to trace the outsiders or support other clansmen who were in fierce fights. In fact, it could be said that the attractive demon god baptismal pool was the bait the ancient god clan put down in order to train their own clansmen. The experts from the firmament territory realized it, but the baptismal pool was too irresistible that they would take the bait without hesitation. For the ancient god clan, it would be a great opportunity to fight fiercely with the various experts. After all, they had lived in peace for a long time, so they were raring to fight to the death. The outsiders have just arrived, so they will first get together, then collaborate to grab the baptismal pool. To duel with them, we have to wait for quite a while, Gu Mian said. Right. Jian Wushuang nodded, his heart full of expectation. Just 2 hours later, buzz, a mighty power was transmitted towards the three of them. That is, Jian Wushuang and his clansmen all raised their heads while seeing strange power waves radiating in all directions. Gu Mian's face darkened and said, This is an SOS from our clansmen. If I'm right, a baptismal pool is set in there. Gu Wu added, Oh, they've already started to attack? Jian Wushuang replied with a glitter of excitement on his face. In the Eternal Zone, it was impossible to use messaging slips. The ancient gods live here all year round and had honed their own way to send messages. The strange power waves that emerged in all directions were distress signals from the clansmen of the ancient god clan. Once an SOS was sent, clansmen within a radius of thousands of miles would sense it. Let's go. Hurry up, Jian Wushuang growled. The three of them instantly streaked toward the battlefield. At the same time, Jian Wushuang put on a full-faced silver monster mask. After all, his identity was somewhat special, and it was better not to be recognized by the experts from the firmament territory. He was dressed in a black robe and carrying a long sword. Under the mask, his sharp eyes shone with a flicker of killing intent. The three magnates of the firmament territory, Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect. 100 years ago, you compelled me to this misery and forced me to be stuck in this eternal zone. Big brother Guqiang also died for me. I have remembered all these clearly. Now it's time for you to pay back. Jian Wushuang was murderous. After a while, the three of them arrived at their destination where a fierce fight had broken out. A silver-armored ancient god and a copper-armored ancient god were battling with three human experts from the firmament territory. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Jian Wushuang had even met before one of them. It's him. Jian Wushuang stared at the white-haired elder among the 3 human experts. Although they did not know each other, Jian Wushuang had met this elder 100 years ago before entering the Eternal Zone. This old guy comes from the Immortal dynasty, so might be the other two experts. Thinking of this, an overwhelming killing intent gushed out from his eyes. Chapter 745. I will deal with the three guys. Chapter 745. I will deal with the three guys. 3 versus 2. No wonder our clansmen can't resist them. Gu Mian and Gu Wu were furious. They were about to make a move, but Jian Wushuang was blocking them. I'll deal with the three guys. Jian Wushuang spoke. Sir. Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at the young man in shock. Just watch, Jian Wushuang replied. He drew his long sword and charged forward. What should we do? Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at each other, debating whether to go or not. They had to obey Jian Wushuang's orders, but they also needed to protect him. Don't worry, Gu Wu said solemnly. Jian Wushuang is from the ancient god palace. He should be pretty strong. He wants to fight alone. Let him do it. We only need to ensure his safety. Okay. Gu Mian nodded. Let's be prepared. If he's in danger, we'll save him. They had made up their minds. The three Eternal Realm experts from the Immortal dynasty were fighting fiercely with the two clansmen from the ancient god clan. The three experts were holding all the cards. If they finished the two clansmen off, they would take all the pool water from baptismal pool. They noticed that three figures were quickly approaching. Although Jian Wushuang and his clansmen were not ancient gods, the three Eternal Realm experts recognized that the newcomers were not experts from the firmament territory. Shit. Demon gods. They're the demon god reinforcements. It hasn't been that long since we launched the attack. They've come so soon? Their faces fell. They knew they would be unable to deal with another 3 demon gods. We have no choice but to retreat, the purple-clothed lady said through gritted teeth. Okay. The other 2 experts nodded in agreement. They were just about to leave. What happened next was totally unexpected. They saw 2 of the demon gods stop suddenly. The other one, wearing a silver mask, dove forward. The attacker did not have a strong aura. 1 star demon god. The 3 Eternal Realm experts were astonished. They were familiar with demon gods. They had learned about their ranking system. In their eyes, a 1-star demon god was only comparable to a divine realm expert. They could not understand why a 1-star demon god would charge out and attack 3 Eternal Realm experts, while the other 2 2-star demon gods stood by. The silver-robed man asked with a frown, "What are the other 2 demon gods doing?" "Whatever, they are courting death. Don't blame us." "Luo Ao, go kill the 1-star demon god," the white-haired elder ordered. "Okay." The silver-robed man nodded and charged forward. He appeared in front of his opponent and thrust at him with his long black spear. Choo! The spear lashed out at an amazing speed, like a viper taking its prey by surprise. It caused a swirl to appear before Jian Wushuang, who immediately sensed a surge of killing power sweeping over. A hint of such power was enough to kill a superior divine realm expert. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang showed a frosty smile. Over the past 100 years, I've sparred with numerous ancient gods, including 2-star ancient gods many times, but I've never fought against an Eternal Realm expert. You're the first one. Let me see how powerful you are. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. When the long spear was about to touch his robe, he moved and waved his emperor sword. The strike looked simple, but it was exquisite indeed. Jian Wushuang had given full play to the Star River secret skill and increased his offensive power by 33 times. Boom! A loud boom rang out just before the long spear was knocked away. Jian Wushuang attacked again, stabbing at his opponent's throat. So fast! Luo Ao paled. He was shocked by the young man's quick reaction. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang would strike back so quickly with such brilliant swordsmanship. Humph! He snorted. A mighty spiritual power gushed out from his body. A huge, powerful palm materialized in front of him, slapping toward Jian Wushuang. Shua! The moment the long sword crashed into the palm of spiritual power, brilliant sword light radiated, causing the giant hand to shatter into pieces. What? Luo Ao was stupefied. This boy is just a one-star demon god. How could his strength be so amazing? Luo Ao, what are you doing? Kill him. Quick! The white-haired elder shouted. The three experts were at a disadvantage now. Although Gu Mian and Gu Wu had not made a move, the two demon gods also posed a threat to them, so the outsiders wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bastard! Luo Ao's eyes blazed with anger as he lashed out. Go to hell, boy! A roar reverberated through the area. Demon Heart Spear Technique. His long spear shot out, causing a harsh sound of piercing air. Like a huge spiraling awl, it darted violently toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 746. 6 Steps of the Eternal Realm. Chapter 746. 6 Steps of the Eternal Realm. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his head and watched the awl draw closer. Faced with this powerful strike, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. He casually brandished his emperor sword. Luo Ao snarled. His eyes were scarlet. Go to hell! The Demon Heart Spear Technique was Luo Ao's trump card. It consisted of 9 moves. Although Luo Ao had only mastered the first 3 moves, the 3 strikes were extremely powerful. But clang, clang, clang. 3 continuous crashes echoed through the sky. Jian Wushuang only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. Luo Ao was stunned. How is this possible? Normally, even an expert at step 1 of the Eternal Realm would need to use full strength to resist his strongest moves. However, the boy, a 1-star ancient god, had withstood 3 strikes with ease. Is that your best move? Jian Wushuang spoke. Huh. Luo Ao was shocked. He nodded subconsciously. Jian Wushuang sighed. You're too weak. What did you say? Luo Ao's face darkened. A divine realm expert dared to humiliate him, an eternal realm expert. Although he had just reached the eternal realm, he was stronger than ordinary divine realm experts. The secret skill you displayed was good, but your spear principle is poor. You haven't condensed the spear heart, so you can't give full play to this skill. 6 steps of the Eternal Realm. You might not reach step 1 of the Eternal Realm, Jian Wushuang said in a flat, toneless voice. Eternal Realm experts were considered to be supreme existences in the firmament territory. However, their strength differed. There was a yawning gap between the strongest and the weakest. It was said that Xian Yi was the most powerful Eternal Realm expert, and all the other Eternal Realm experts were in awe of him. If an Eternal Realm expert had a full understanding of the 9 occults of a Tao, he would have an opportunity to break through the Eternal Realm. In other words, all Eternal Realm experts had fully comprehended an origin Tao, and even if some of them had mastered more than 1 origin Tao, their strength would not increase. Their battle strength depended on their comprehension of weapon Tao. The Eternal Realm was comprised of 6 steps. It was equivalent to the 6 levels of weapon Tao. Each level brought a dramatic increase to their strength. Furthermore, it caused their sword or saber techniques to metamorphosize so that their overall strength surged. Jian Wushuang had reached level 2 of Sword Heart, so he was able to make a breakthrough to step 2 of the Eternal Realm. Luo Ao did not possess the Spear Heart, which meant he had not reached step 1 of the Eternal Realm. He was at the bottom of the Eternal Realm experts. I haven't condensed the Spear Heart, but I'm still an Eternal Realm expert, far superior to you at the Divine Realm. Luo Ao was infuriated by Jian Wushuang's words. He attacked again with his long spear. Jian Wushuang looked at his opponent with scorn. Then he made a move. His sword heart shook slightly, activating 10% of its power. Now his strength had reached a new level. Secret skill Twilight. A cold sword light flashed across the sky like a shooting star. Over the last 100 years, Jian Wushuang had made unprecedented progress. He had invented numerous secret skills, such as the Netherworld, which had unmatched offensive power. Twilight targeted speed. It unleashed the fastest strikes among the numerous sword moves that Jian Wushuang had invented. The sword light flashed by ruthlessly. Luo Ao looked ferocious, his eyes blazing with fury. But the next moment he had no head. The Eternal Realm expert was killed in a single strike. What? Upon seeing this, the other two Eternal Realm experts, who were busy fighting the two demon gods, were petrified. Gumian and Guwu also widened their eyes. They could not believe what had just happened. With a look of indifference, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He took Luo Ao's interspatial ring and then charged toward the other experts. Oh no. Shit. The white-haired elder and purple-clothed lady were terrified. The two demon gods had been difficult to deal with, but now there came another. Run, the woman shouted. I don't believe it, the elder roared. He did not try to escape. Rather, he turned to dive toward Jian Wushuang and slashed at him with his broadsword. Chapter 747. The Mind-Controlling Secret Skill. Chapter 747. The Mind-Controlling Secret Skill. Whir. It seemed as if the void had been hacked open, and a raspy, wind-breaking sound broke in. The sound blasted into Jian Wushuang's face, but he stood rooted in place like an unshakable mountain. This guy has already produced his saber heart. He is much more powerful than Luo Ao, yet he has merely accomplished step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. He hoisted his emperor's sword up in the air, and half of the sword heart power from his sea of consciousness was instantly released. When he killed Luo Ao, he had only used 1/10 of his sword heart power, but now he was directly unleashing half of its power. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone. He thrust out his emperor's sword without mercy, casting out his strongest offensive secret skill. Whoosh! A bright sword light shot out. In an instant, the climate changed drastically. The void in his vicinity started to tremble. Boom! A deafening rumble suddenly broke out. The saber that the white-haired elder was holding was also an eternal weapon. He used it to its full capacity. In addition, the move he performed was his strongest saber move. This attack should have been overbearing. However, when it collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light, splat! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and was forced to take a few steps back under the impact of the bombarding power. I'm at step 1 of the Eternal Realm. How could I, a divine realm expert, get crushed by a demon god? And he hasn't even turned into a demon god. The elder was shocked, unable to believe what had just happened. What the elder did not know was that though Jian Wushuang was merely at the level of divine realm expert, the skill he had practiced was the defiant heavenly creation skill. He had a flawless foundation, and his explosive force was stronger than any divine realm expert of the same rank to begin with. And most importantly, he also practiced the Star River secret skill of the ancient god clan and had reached the 11th level, so his power amplitude was 33 times higher than most people. As for most experts in the Eternal Realm, such as the white-haired elder and Luo Ao, their power amplitude could reach 10 times that of others at most. Despite the fact that Jian Wushuang was only a divine realm expert, in light of his pure power, he would absolutely not lose to anyone in the Eternal Realm. He might even overpower them. Besides, Jian Wushuang had already reached level 2 of sword heart cultivation. He had stayed at this level for 20 years, which meant he had long since climbed to the peak of level 2. The only thing he lacked was comprehension of the origin Tao. But he was only a few inches away. The gap was easy to narrow. In other words, putting aside his current swordsmanship and secret skills, his battle strength was at step 2 of the eternal realm. If he went all out and transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, he wouldn't even fear step 3 eternal realm experts. This was the strength Jian Wushuang had attained in the eternal zone through 100 years of earnest cultivation and countless fierce battles. A divine realm expert without transforming into a gold-armored ancient god. He was already on par with someone at the peak of step 2 of the eternal realm. This was incredible for a human being. However, given that he had practiced the heavenly creation skill, his current phase, the deification realm, was a phase in which his battle strength could be limitless. His battle strength could go completely beyond normal people's expectations. Accordingly, when dealing with the white-haired elder at step 1 of the eternal realm, even without employing his full power, he could still butcher him easily with only half of his strength. Run, quickly run. When the purple-clothed lady saw this scenario, she was thunderstruck as well. She let out a series of shouts and fled to the void. Run. The white-haired elder also lost his composure, rushed to escape. Although the strength Jian Wushuang just demonstrated utterly astonished them, they still had some assurance about making a successful flee. After all, though men from the ancient god clan tended to excel at using power and defending themselves, they were not good at moving quickly, and their survival skills were also less brilliant. The two fleeing were both from the eternal realm of the Immortal dynasty. Their survival skills were quite good. Actually, there were many experts from various sects in the Firmament territory who possessed unique survival skills. Precisely for this reason, the two had dared to step into the eternal zone. Even if they bumped into a demon god that they had no way of defeating, they still had the chance to run away. However, these two had obviously underestimated Jian Wushuang's capabilities. Escape? Can you really escape? Jian Wushuang bellowed. Killing intent was raging in his eyes. If the experts who had broken into the eternal zone were from the top sects, perhaps Jian Wushuang would have had mercy and left his opponents a way out. After all, in the battle a century ago, the top sects had not attacked him. If they had not been under the leadership of the 3 magnates, the whole thing would have been different. As long as I can, I won't let any of the 3 magnates' men get out of here alive, Jian Wushuang said, fixing his cold eyes on the white-haired elder who had just fought against him. Between the 2 of you, I can only kill one. And I pick you. Jian Wushuang held out his palm and threw a handprint in the direction of the fleeing elder. A shot of strange energy rose up. Ancient god secret skill, mind-controlling. Buzz! An odd energy flooded out, immediately flinging itself at the elder. As he was running for his life, the elder noticed the weird energy oozing out from Jian Wushuang's body. What the hell? The elder's expression altered slightly. He had no idea what this odd energy was, but it caught up with him in no time and enveloped him completely. The elder turned pale with fright. He attempted to react, but a fit of fierce pain gripped him. This pain was so strong that he could not bear it. He let out an involuntary wail and instantly stopped in his tracks. He stood in the void, his hands clutching his head. His mind stopped working. Of course, the pain he felt only lasted a split second. Soon he regained his senses. He looked up. A jet of chilling sword light was millimeters from his neck. The tip of the sword was sinking into his throat. No. He only had time to let out his last cry before Jian Wushuang chopped his head off, as if cutting a piece of paper. The sharp power concealed in the sword edge penetrated his body and shattered his life core. Once the life core was crushed, even an expert in the eternal realm would die on the spot. With one hand on his emperor's sword, Jian Wushuang watched the already dead elder fall to the ground with a note of aloofness. It's a pity I'm still in a relatively low phase. The mind-controlling secret skill I cast only influenced him for a second. If I was in the same phase as him, his mind might have collapsed directly. Or maybe I would have killed him simply with the mind-controlling secret skill. Chapter 748. An Acquaintance. Chapter 748. An Acquaintance. The mind-controlling secret skill was one of the ancient god clan's top 3 secret skills. It aimed to target the opponent's mind. If one practiced this secret skill to its fullest, he might be able to control others' minds. But apparently, Jian Wushuang's present phase was too low. He had just learned the rudiments of this secret skill. Thus, even though he cast it with all his strength, he could only disrupt the mind of the white-haired elder for a moment. But thanks to this moment, Jian Wushuang had seized the chance and destroyed him for good. Now he had killed 2 of the 3 eternal realm of Immortal dynasty experts. Only one had escaped by fluke, the purple-clothed lady. Your Excellency, Gu Mian, Gu Wu, and the 2 clansmen who guarded the baptismal pool approached Jian Wushuang, their faces frightened and awe-stricken. The last time they saw Jian Wushuang, he had only been at the 1-star level. They had taken word of his strength with a grain of salt. Although they knew Jian Wushuang was from the ancient god palace, and Gu Heng had once told them in person that Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than most of the clansmen, they still found it hard to believe because none of them had ever witnessed his true strength. But now, seeing Jian Wushuang strike with their own eyes, they did not dare to doubt his strength anymore. Oh my God! That outsider was really quite powerful. If it had been me dueling with him, even if I turned into an ancient god and went all out, I could at most suppress his power a bit. But he didn't hold himself together long under Jian Wushuang's attack. And at last he was killed, wasn't he? And Jian Wushuang did all this without transforming into an ancient god, right? Gu Mian and Gu Wu voiced their admiration in hushed tones. They were both 2-star, silver-armored ancient gods. Their strength was quite impressive, almost rivaling human combatants at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. Subduing the Elder out in the open would be a piece of cake, but to actually kill him, that would be impossible. But Jian Wushuang had done it without even transforming into an ancient god. Gu Mian, Gu Wu. Jian Wushuang turned to look at them. From now on, the 2 of you can stop following me. You should go on your own adventures. What? Air. Their expressions quickly altered. Gu Heng had ordered them to follow Jian Wushuang for all time. The reason Gu Heng ordered you guys to accompany me was to protect me, Jian Wushuang began. Now, as you witnessed, I am much stronger than you. I can travel in the Tianqi Mountains by myself. If I actually fall into a dangerous situation, you too won't be much help. You might even be an extra burden. Gu Mian and Gu Wu exchanged dismal looks, and both gave a wry smile. They knew that he was only telling the truth. Right then, that's settled. I'll take off first, Jian Wushuang said briskly. Then he left. Gu Mian and Gu Wu stood there, watching Jian Wushuang's silhouette fade into the distance. Jian Wushuang was walking alone in the Tianqi Mountains. He suddenly came to a halt and looked back. Seeing that Gu Mian and Gu Wu were not following him, a hearty smile curled on his lips. One day I'll leave the Eternal Zone and go back to the Firmament territory. If these 2 from the ancient god clan keep tailing me, how am I supposed to get out of here? He said, shaking his head. At this precise moment, he sensed something weird and looked out toward the end of the void ahead. A vague black dot appeared. Is someone there? Could it be an ancient god or an expert from the Firmament territory? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. He headed towards the black dot. As he approached the black, its true appearance gradually became clear. Is that him? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile spread across his face. This smile was icy cold, as piercing as a blade. He quickly sped up and flew straight towards the black figure. He could see a young man carrying a saber on his back. He was flying slowly, his eyes cold and lofty. His clothes were a bit tattered, his face looked a little glum. It was obvious that he had just had a fierce fight. It was Wu Dao. A century prior, he had been a disciple of the Cloud Sea Asgard, but now he was an elder. Damn demon gods, they are so tough, especially the silver-armored demon gods. Wu Dao cursed through gritted teeth as he flew by himself. He had known perfectly that he had just arrived in the Eternal Realm and could not face the demon gods on his own. Thus, when he entered the Tianqi Mountains, he had immediately joined 2 other elders of the Cloud Sea Asgard, and they had started the journey together. But the 3 of them had bumped into a group of 4 demon gods, and one of them was a silver-armored demon god. The 2 sides instantly started to fight. Of course, the 3 elders were no match for the demon gods. They had been forced to flee in panic. But each of them had chosen a different way to escape, and this was why Wu Dao was now traveling all alone in the stretch of void. Those demon gods have built-in advantages. If I come across a copper-armored demon god, it will be very difficult to tackle him on my own. If I run into a silver-armored demon god, all I can do is run away, Wu Dao said thoughtfully. Based on my current circumstances, the first thing I should do is go to the contact station and rejoin the other 2 elders. Just when Wu Dao had made up his mind, a figure suddenly emerged in the void just ahead of him. "There's that." Wu Dao widened his eyes and tried to see what it was. His expression became strange. Demon god? A 1-star demon god? Wearing a mask? The 1-star demon god abruptly sped up and hurtled towards him. He noticed that the 1-star demon god's eyes were flickering with a trace of killing intent. "You're just a 1-star demon god. How can you kill me? Go to hell." Wu Dao was infuriated. His saber appeared in his hand. Raging killing intent rose up from his body. He charged directly towards the figure. Holding his sword in one hand, Jian Wushuang made a hacking move. He also performed the coordinated 11th level of the Star River secret skill to the extreme. The sword heart in his sea of consciousness unleashed half of its power as well. This move seemed casual, but its power was so overwhelming that even a man at step 1 of the Eternal Realm might not be able to sustain it. Wu Dao also thrust his saber out. He spared no effort in this first strike. A streak of sparkling saber light stretched out. It remained there for a long time before it dispersed. Its power was equally astonishing. "Damn you, demon god bastard! Your essence blood is mine now!" Wu Dao's eyes were scarlet. He had a savage look in his face. Soon the 2 figures confronted each other in the void. Chapter 749, The Scarlet Eye. Chapter 749, The Scarlet Eye. Clank. A thunderous clank sounded. Wu Dao's chilling smile suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, his smile was replaced by shock and consternation. He felt a strong force that he had never experienced before pushing him upwards. The saber in his hand was instantly tossed aside in the air. The horrible force landed on his arms and crushed them inch by inch. Then it spread to his insides. Splat! A stream of blood squirted out from his mouth. His body was thrown backward like a kite with its string cut off. His aura began to thin. "He's still alive?" Jian Wushuang was slightly taken aback. His attack was no less powerful than the one he'd launched at the white-haired elder. The elder had been at step 1 of the Eternal Realm, but he had been unable to avoid being seriously injured. Wu Dao was way below step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Normally, this attack should be more than enough to kill him. However, it was evident that in spite of Wu Dao's unprecedented severe injuries, his life core was not shattered. An expert in the Eternal Realm would not die as long as his life core was intact. Run. Run for it. Soaked in blood, Wu Dao, whose face was too miserable to look at, regained his balance and stood up. Without hesitation, he wheeled around and fled. "You can't escape." Jian Wushuang growled, his face frosty. He started chasing Wu Dao. He was extremely swift, much faster than Wu Dao. Jian Wushuang was not much better than Wu Dao at running. But since Wu Dao was severely injured, there was a serious dent in his speed. Damn it! Jian Wushuang was getting closer and closer. Wu Dao's pale face became even more gloomy. I have to make a move. Wu Dao clenched his teeth, and a stream of blood surged up inside his body. The next moment, 17 figures who looked exactly like Wu Dao jumped out. A total of 18 Wu Daos appeared before Jian Wushuang. Their appearances and aura were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart with the naked eye. They swiftly fled in different directions. They were extraordinarily fast. This move again. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. He was not surprised at all. 100 years ago, Wu Dao had walked into his trap, hunted by a gold-armored ancient god. He had cast the same move in order to run for his life. But back then, he could only conjure 8 doppelgangers. Now he could produce 17. His chance of survival had increased significantly. All 18 figures are exactly the same. Indeed, I cannot distinguish the true one from the others. As long as his original body is alive, it's useless to kill his doppelgangers. What a smart move. Jian Wushuang nodded. He then tittered, Unfortunately, it's not going to work on me. Jian Wushuang's face was stony, his eyes transfixed upon the 18 Wu Daos who were running away from him frantically. Between his eyebrows, a scarlet mark emerged. It looked like a vertical crack. It was slowly widening. An eerie blood-red upside-down eye suddenly opened. Secret skill, the Scarlet Eye. A jet of blazing blood-red light shot out of the eye and swept across the 18 figures ahead. It was the Scarlet Eye secret skill, one of the ancient god clan's top 3 secret skills. It was devised to penetrate all sorts of illusions. There's his original body. Jian Wushuang targeted one of the figures. He fixed his eyes on Wu Dao's original body. How can it be? Seeing Jian Wushuang go straight for him without being disturbed by the 17 doppelgangers he'd conjured, Wu Dao lost his poise. How? How did he see through my original body and doppelgangers? Wu Dao found this utterly inconceivable. A sense of terror came over him. In his entire life, he had only felt this kind of overbearing terror once. It had been during the last fight with Xian Yi. Xian Yi had grabbed him and taken control of his mind. He had been as horror-stricken then as he was now. Today he was once again gripped by this terror. You have no way to escape. Jian Wushuang's icy voice sounded in Wu Dao's ears. A huge sword shadow hacked down on him. The sword shadow was so dazzling that Wu Dao had to narrow his eyes. He frantically wielded his saber in an attempt to resist the attack. But boom! An explosion erupted. Wu Dao's body plummeted downwards like a meteorite. It landed hard on the ground, producing a huge pit that measured 300 meters across. At the center of the huge pit, Wu Dao's body had almost been blasted into pieces. His life core was also damaged, but it had not shattered yet. Wu Dao just lay there, struggling helplessly to get to his feet. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang zoomed in and looked down at him condescendingly. I assume you guys from the Cloud Sea Asgard have set up secret assembly sites in the Tianqi Mountains. Where are they? Jian Wushuang asked. When experts from assorted sects of the firmament territory entered the Eternal Zone, they often turned up at a certain place in the Tianqi Mountains. Their messaging slips could not function in the Eternal Zone, so the sects circled out secret assembly sites to exchange messages. Humph, you really think I'll tell you? Wu Dao sneered, his eyes already filled with despair. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. You think as long as you don't tell me, I can't figure it out. Wu Dao, you just made a breakthrough and reached the Eternal Realm. This is your first time in the Tianqi Mountains. Unlike other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgards who have traveled the Tianqi Mountains several times, you're completely ignorant of the environment and topography of the Tianqi Mountains. So, you must be carrying the map the Cloud Sea Asgard drew for you. The Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly sites ought to be marked on the map, am I right? Jian Wushuang smiled blandly. Wu Dao was thoroughly terrified. How? How do you know this? How come you know my name? You know I'm from the Cloud Sea Asgard? And you even know I just entered the Eternal Realm? Are you a demon god? No, the demon god clan couldn't have learned these things. Who on earth are you? Lying on his back, Wu Dao barked desperately, staring at Jian Wushuang. Looking down at Wu Dao, Jian Wushuang smirked coldly, slowly took down his mask, and unveiled a handsome but stern face. Chapter 750, Secret Assembly Sites. Chapter 750, Secret Assembly Sites. You're... Wu Dao's eyes widened. He stared unblinkingly at the face before him. He was too familiar with this face. 100 years ago, precisely because of the owner of this face, he had successfully stepped into the Eternal Zone. Jian Wushuang. Wu Dao growled in a note of disbelief. No way, how could it be you? You're supposed to be dead. You should have died a long time ago. How is this possible? How could this be? He was at a total loss. To his shock, this exceptional genius who he thought had already died 100 years ago was reappearing in front of him today. And he had become an incredibly powerful expert. It should be noted that a century earlier, though Jian Wushuang was an exceptional genius, he had been too young to reach any realms beyond the skyscraping realm. At that time, Jian Wushuang might have been able to put up a fight against him by exercising all his skills and means. But over the past 100 years, Wu Dao had gained a remarkable breakthrough. He had entered the Eternal Realm and crossed the threshold of being an expert. Once he stepped into the Eternal Realm, his strength soared. 100 years ago, Wu Dao had been quite confident that he could kill Jian Wushuang with a casual slap. But now, the Jian Wushuang standing before him had cornered him with invincible strength, leaving him not a single chance to fight back. He was too powerful. The strength Jian Wushuang displayed was too powerful. He is already at step 2 of the Eternal Realm, perhaps even higher than that. He is merely a divine realm expert. How could he be so powerful? And it only took him 100 years to achieve this. Wu Dao mumbled to himself, his eyes growing out of focus. Wu Dao, do you still remember when you, Dao Mei, and Long Tao joined hands and attempted to kill me 100 years ago? Jian Wushuang looked down at Wu Dao and asked with cold viciousness. Back then, I was too weak. I had to resort to the power of the demon gods to deal with you guys, mere disciples of divine realm experts. But now it's different. Think about what the 3 magnates, the Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect, did to me 100 years ago. Now, I'm going to make them pay for what they did at a cost 10 times, or even 100 times higher. And destroying you is just the start. You're the first. It won't take long before I send more experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to keep you company in hell. Jian Wushuang shook his hand, and a violent force pressed down on Wu Dao. Wu Dao had long since lost the ability to resist his attacks. He had no choice but to allow this force to destroy him, to crumble his life core and crash his body into dust. Ho, ho! Wu Dao's eyes were wide open, filled with terror and rage. Blood was trickling down from the corners of his mouth. It was unbelievable that the 3 magnates should have provoked such a dreadful monster in the battle 100 years ago. How much he wished he could tip off the 3 magnates, warning them to dispatch top-ranking experts and do this monster in before he could incur real disasters upon them. However, he had no chance to do so. As death descended upon him, Wu Dao caught a vague sight of the kind of outrageous mayhem Jian Wushuang was about to cause in the Tianqi Mountains and the Firmament Territory. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had merely scraped the level of a superior divine realm expert. But now, just 100 years later, he was already in the eternal realm and could kill anyone as easily as slaying a chicken. In another century or 2 centuries or a millennium, what kind of level would he reach? Unfortunately, since message tokens were useless in the Eternal Zone, his words obviously could not be spread. After destroying Wu Dao, Jian Wushuang picked up the interspatial ring that Wu Dao left. His mind racing, he started to rifle through its contents. A moment later, he found what he was looking for. He lifted a hand and a token appeared in his palm. It was the token carrying the records of a map, the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Just as Jian Wushuang expected, Wu Dao had reached the Eternal Realm not long ago, and this was the first time he had traveled to the Tianqi Mountains. Accordingly, the map he carried was a map of the Tianqi Mountains, on which several of the Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly sites were marked out. One of the secret assembly sites lay not far from the region where Jian Wushuang was standing. It was actually in the direction that Wu Dao had been heading. This Wu Dao looked sort of shabby. Apparently, he just went through a huge fight. I suppose he got separated from the other Cloud Sea Asgard experts. If nothing else, he was going to rejoin them at one of the assembly sites. However, halfway through his journey, he happened to bump into me. Jian Wushuang gave a cold laugh. If Wu Dao had been heading for a secret assembly site, that meant other experts were waiting or about to arrive at the assembly site. If Jian Wushuang went there, he was likely to run into other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. The Cloud Sea Asgard. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Well, since I figured this one out first, I'll make it my first target. After taking a short break, Jian Wushuang set off straight towards the Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly site. 2 hours later, he arrived at a very ordinary canyon in the Tianqi Mountains. At first, the canyon had been unnamed, but since the Cloud Sea Asgard had made it one of their secret assembly sites, it was given a name, the Cloud Canyon. Jian Wushuang did not descend down into the canyon directly from the high void. Instead, he strode across a forest and came to stand on the top of a stone wall. He gazed down at the canyon, taking in everything. A black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the canyon, quietly waiting for someone. She was quite vigilant, casting her eyes on her surroundings from time to time. Jian Wushuang had never met this woman. She was not one of the ones who had entered the Eternal Zone last time. But despite the long distance between them, Jian Wushuang could still feel her rich aura. This told him that she was definitely stronger than Wu Dao. There are many ancient god clansmen in the Tianqi Mountains, and they are all very tough and powerful. If experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard want to take the baptismal pool, they'll have to attack in groups of 3 or 4. Counting this woman, and Wu Dao, I've only met 2 of them. So, that means there are more experts coming this way, Jian Wushuang muttered. The woman is alone. I should attack her now. Otherwise, once the others arrive, it'll be much harder to kill them all. I'd better kill her first, and then stay in the Cloud Canyon and wait for more stupid hares to crash into a tree stump. His mind made up, Jian Wushuang's Emperor's sword emerged in his hand. He slinked towards the canyon without making a sound. Chapter 751. Waiting for hares to crash into a tree stump. Chapter 751. Waiting for hares to crash into a tree stump. In the canyon, the black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, her eyes continuously sweeping the surroundings in vigilance. Although Jian Wushuang flew to her from behind, when he was still 100 meters away, she had already spotted him. Swish! 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 Jets of aquamarine light suddenly shot out. They were as sharp as spears. At least 10 shot towards Jian Wushuang at the same time. They traveled so fast that he was instantly enveloped in aquamarine light. She, who had had her back to him, turned around abruptly, revealing a grotesque face. A hideous grin was spreading across her ugly face. Which reckless dumbass dares to throw a sneak attack on me? 10 shots of aquamarine light zoomed over. Jian Wushuang's eyes were freezing cold. The Emperor's sword in his hand stabbed forward. Half of the sword heart power was unleashed. Get away from me! A roar sounded. A towering sword shadow wielded in the air and produced several currents of wind, fending off every jet of aquamarine light. Battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. The woman was startled, but soon a dull black stone staff appeared in her hand. Holding the staff, she gave off an intimidating aura. All of a sudden, she hurled it toward Jian Wushuang. The long staff quickly swelled and grew in midair. In an instant, it was the size of a mountain. It continued to propel toward him. Jian Wushuang did not panic. He pulled out his sword single-handedly. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang cast his killing move. A thunderous bang sounded. The black-robed woman gave a violent shudder, and then blood spilled from her mouth too. I am at the peak of step 1 of the Eternal Realm. If I was seriously wounded by him from only one move, I'm afraid his battle strength is approaching the peak of step 2, she murmured. She quickly turned and fled. A puff of bizarre aquamarine mist rose from her body, and her speed instantly skyrocketed. Secret skill, mind controlling. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and performed the mind-controlling secret skill. When he'd thrown this attack on the elder from the Immortal dynasty, he had frozen on the spot for a second on account of the pain. Now, caught off guard, the black-robed woman also sensed a piercing twinge in her mind, rendering her motionless for a moment. Although this momentary motionlessness was even shorter than that of the elder, Jian Wushuang still seized the opportunity. Secret skill, Twilight. He launched his fastest move with the sword. The sword heart power in his sea of consciousness also released 70% of its power, accelerating the speed of the sword significantly. Then, before she could react, Jian Wushuang finished her off. Yeah. After killing the black-robed woman, Jian Wushuang let out a slight sigh of relief. He turned to look at the dead body at his feet. Most of the experts in the Eternal Realm have a way to escape. If it wasn't for the mind-controlling secret skill, even if I become stronger, it would still be very difficult to kill them. Jian Wushuang said to himself. Being good at escaping was a crucial ability. Experts from the Firmament territory relied on it when they journeyed in the Tianqi Mountains. But, unfortunately for them, the target of the mind-controlling secret skill was the mind. This was highly eccentric and always put the enemy off his guard. If Eternal Realm experts were not careful enough, they would easily fall into Jian Wushuang's trap, offering him the chance to launch his fatal attack. With a wave of the hand, the black-robed woman was turned to dust. After burning the corpse and destroying the evidence, Jian Wushuang slinked aside and hid in the canyon. He was waiting for more Cloud Sea Asgard experts to arrive. He did not wait long. In less than half a day, a stocky, muscular elder appeared in the canyon. Jian Wushuang, who was still hiding in the dark, recognized with just one glance that this muscular elder was also from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Without hesitation, he struck out again. This elder was not as strong as the woman he had just murdered. In spite of his unique way of fleeing, under the impact of Jian Wushuang's mind-controlling secret skill and Scarlet Eye secret skill, it was impossible for him to escape. In the end, he was slaughtered as well. After destroying 3 Eternal Realm experts, Wu Dao, the black-robe woman, and the muscular elder, Jian Wushuang decided to keep hiding in the Cloud Canyon. But apparently these 2 were the only experts Wu Dao had joined hands with because Jian Wushuang waited in the canyon for almost another full day, but failed to spot any more. He only saw a few clansmen from the ancient god clan. Seems that the only Cloud Sea Asgard experts around the Cloud Canyon are the three of them, thought. With no more prey to hunt, naturally he chose to leave. He continued his traveling in the Tianqi Mountains. Each time, the Eternal Zone's opening period was only 10 days. Today was already the third day. In the vast void of the Tianqi Mountains, whoosh, 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 3 figures swiftly flitted across the void, each of them emitting a rich aura of spiritual power. Obviously, they were desperately running away from something by casting their secret skills to the fullest. An enormous silver figure emerged behind them. It was obviously a silver-armored ancient god. He was sprinting in hot pursuit after the 3. Usually, ancient gods were not good at running fast. However, this silver-armored ancient god was amazingly fast, even a bit faster than the 3 who were fleeing hastily with their secret skills. Nor far behind him were 2 human experts. Bastard. Among the 3 who were fleeing with all their efforts, the one taking the lead was giving off a devastating aura. This man was a palace master from the ancient sect. His name was Destruction. The other 2 were Palace Master Ming Xian and Palace Master Immortal. Destruction were not quite as fast as him, and were already performing our secret skills to the fullest. This costs us a great deal of our spiritual power. Soon our spiritual power will be depleted. What should we do? Separate and run in different directions? Palace Master Immortal asked. Separate. Palace Master Destruction's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. If we run together, we might all be killed or all survive. If we separate, one of us will definitely die. We will not separate from each other unless there is no other alternative. Palace Master Immortal and Palace Master Ming Xian both nodded. If they had to separate and flee on their own, it meant they had no way but to sacrifice one's life in order to save the lives of the other 2. Once they made such a choice, one of them was bound to die. But for now, they were not that desperate. I've sent the emergency signal. I hope experts from our ancient sect can rush here and back us up. Otherwise, Palace Master Destruction said. His face was gloomy. That guy is crazy. Immortal yelled, fixing his eyes on the silver-armored ancient god who was hurtling towards them. Chapter 752, Emergency Assistance. Chapter 752, Emergency Assistance. In the Tianqi Mountains. Run, run for your life. This guy is only a 1-star ancient god. How come his strength is so strong? I'm at step 1 of the eternal realm. Why was I subdued by him? Quick, cast your secret skills and run by yourselves. The 4 cast their secret skills and fled in 4 different directions. The ancient gods who had been chasing after them with all their strength quickly gave up the hunt. In terms of escapability, the human experts from the Firmament territory who ventured into the Tianqi Mountains were quite impressive. Your Excellency. Several ancient gods were standing respectfully in front of a black-robed, masked figure. They all looked at him in admiration. The black-robed figure with the wicked mask was, of course, Jian Wushuang. A moment ago, he had noticed a fierce fight was happening here, and he had come immediately. Working together with the other ancient gods, they beat the 4 human experts and forced them into fleeing. Among the 4 experts, the most powerful one had a battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. But Jian Wushuang easily overpowered him by unleashing merely 70% of his sword heart power and employing some of his offensive skills and swordsmanship, causing them to flee in disorder. If Jian Wushuang had performed the mind-controlling secret skill at the least expected moment, he could have caught 1 or 2 out of the 4 experts. However, he chose not to do that. These 4 were not from the 3 magnates, but another top sect. 100 years ago, the 3 magnates had struck against him. As to the other 8 top sects, maybe they had considered taking him on, but none of them actually did. Thus, Jian Wushuang was not so determined to kill experts from the other 8 top sections. The experts of various sects in the Firmament territory are coveting the ancient god's essence, blood, and baptismal pools. That's why they entered the Eternal Zone and started fighting. But the ancient god clan regards them as objects that they can use to hone their own skills. Further, they even deliberately placed several baptismal pools in the Tianqi Mountains to lure more experts in. No one can tell which of the 2 sides is justified, but given that the experts of the 8 top sects have never pissed me off, I see no reason to put them to death. Jian Wushuang pondered. Just at this moment, buzz. A peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly rippled in from afar. This strange energy spread far beyond the normal range, but it went quite furtively and did not cause any racket. Clansmen from the ancient god clan and the experts from other sects did not sense this energy fluctuation, but Jian Wushuang, a disciple of the ancient sect, detected it clearly. That's the ancient sect's emergency signal. His expression altered abruptly. He knew what the emergency signal of the ancient sect was like. Now he sensed this signal inside the Tianqi Mountains. It meant that the expert who sent the signal was in great danger, or even that he could die at any second. The expert sending the signal was hoping that other experts in the vicinity could go and help him at once. "Your Excellency, what's wrong?" Seeing the sudden change in Jian Wushuang's expression, the clansmen of the ancient god clan wanted to know what was wrong. "You guys go on your adventures. No need to bother about me," Jian Wushuang replied. Then he leaped up and flew out. The clansmen stood gazing at one another. They were clever enough not to try and follow him. "The source of the signal is not too far from here. At the speed I'm going, I can be there in 8 minutes. Jian Wushuang was grim-faced. He was flying towards the source of the signal at top speed. 8 minutes might be a short amount of time, but for real experts, a battle could end in just a second. It was more than enough time to allow 2 sides to fight several rounds. Jian Wushuang was not sure he could get there in time. But thanks to the good luck of the Palace Master Destruction and his lot, the direction they were heading for happened to be the direction Jian Wushuang was coming from. It didn't actually take 8 minutes. It was only a minute before he spotted them running furiously towards him. He also caught sight of the silver-armored ancient god who was chasing closely behind the Palace Master Destruction. The 3 are Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Ming Xian, and Palace Master Immortal. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He had been in the ancient sect long enough to know the Palace Master's strength. Among the 12 Palace Masters of the Dao Palace in the ancient sect, Palace Master Destruction was the most powerful one. He had a battle strength at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm and was even approaching Step 3. As for Palace Master Immortal, he was also at Step 2. And the last one, Palace Master Ming Xian, was a bit weak, but he was still at the peak of Step 1. The 3 of them should have been able to handle anything in the Tianqi Mountains, unless they were unfortunate enough to be besieged by a crowd of clansmen from the ancient god clan, or happened to run into Guheng, who was also wandering about in the Tianqi Mountains. Even if they met enemies that they could not fight off, they could always escape without effort. But now, even though the 3 palace masters had joined hands, they were being chased into a tight corner. Helplessly, they had sent the emergency signal. A silver-armored ancient god? Jian Wushuang cast another glance at the silver-armored ancient god, who was following Palace Master Destruction and his lot closely. He was continuously narrowing the distance between them. His size and height were the same as that of a normal silver-armored ancient god from the ancient god clan. But at first glance, Jian Wushuang instantly realized that this silver-armored ancient god was not a member of the ancient god clan. It was a human expert. It was obvious that his aura did not belong to the ancient god clan, and there were 2 human figures following him at a distance. Jian Wushuang recognized that one of them was from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Cloud Sea Asgard experts dare to hunt down 3 ancient sect palace masters. Jian Wushuang's face darkened, flames of fury dancing in his eyes. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 who were hastily running away were fuming as well. Yun Fan, the Cloud Sea Asgard, is really going to turn against our ancient sect, isn't it? Palace Master Destruction snarled harshly. The silver-armored ancient god following behind Palace Master Destruction, and his lot was Yun Fan, a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He was the only expert in the whole firmament territory who had managed to turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Among all the experts in the eternal realm of the firmament territory, his strength was second only to Xian Yi, and this was widely acknowledged. Humph! When he heard Palace Master Destruction snarl, Yun Fan just let out a snort. He did not slow down at all. 100 years ago, Xian Yi murdered our top 7 experts. Our Palace Master is a bit afraid of Xian Yi and unwilling to go against him. But this doesn't mean the Cloud Sea Asgard has forgotten what your ancient sect did to us. We have no fear of the rest of your experts. If anything, this is all Xian Yi's fault. Yun Fan's complexion was icy cold. Immense killing intent was gushing out of his eyes. The Cloud Sea Asgard was prone to be tough and domineering. But when 7 of their experts in the eternal realm were murdered, they had been surprisingly silent. They didn't even file a complaint. This was not their style. But at this moment, the 3 palace masters and Yun Fan all noticed that a mysterious figure had suddenly emerged in the void ahead of them. Chapter 753, An Outburst of the Strongest Battle Strength. Chapter 753, An Outburst of the Strongest Battle Strength. Who's that? A demon god. Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xen caught sight of Jian Wushuang, but they did not stop running. Jian Wushuang was standing motionlessly in the void, staring coldly at Yun Fan, who had transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. Is that Yun Fan, the great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard? His mind was racing. It is said that aside from his master, Yun Fan is the most powerful Eternal Realm expert in the firmament territory. His strength is at least at the peak of Step 3. Perhaps it's already at Step 4. No wonder he has driven Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 to flee in haste. He is stronger than any of the human Eternal Realm experts I've met before. Such being the case, Jian Wushuang squinted. A dark golden light flickered in his eyes. He activated his inside bloodline, and his body started to grow at an incredible speed. A 15-meter-high, gold-armored ancient god appeared, exuding blazing golden lights. A gold-armored demon god. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 were stunned. They had been told that there were only a few gold-armored demon gods in the whole demon god clan, and they were the most powerful of all the demon gods. They had once fought with a gold-armored demon god, so they were perfectly aware of the terrible strength such a creature could possess. Although it seemed that the gold-armored demon god before them was only at the 1-star level, as they watched him turn into a demon god, they still shuddered with fear. He was way too big and strong. He was 15 meters tall. A 15-meter-high, gold-armored demon god looked like a small mountain in their eyes. Behind them, the silver-armored demon god Yun Fan had turned into his only 5 meters high. When Jian Wushuang transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, his emperor's sword also grew to 10 meters long. He held the sword in his hand. A majestic aura started to permeate to the surroundings. Fight! Jian Wushuang howled. His huge feet strode quickly forward. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Each step carried enormous power. When he stomped, the void was distorted by his weight. He made one step after another. His aura grew increasingly thicker. The moment Palace Master Destruction and the other two, who were busy escaping at top speed, saw the gold-armored ancient god galloping towards them, their expressions altered in terror. Palace Master Mingexen was utterly petrified. What a dreadful, dreadful power! He is only a one-star demon god, but the pressure he imposes on me is even more unbearable than that of the strongest two-star, silver-armored demon god I've ever met. What should we do? What should we do now? Palace Master Tao lost his poise and started shouting in panic. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored demon god, was still chasing after them, and now a horrible, gold-armored ancient god had appeared in front of them. Despair. Palace Master Tao and Palace Master Mingexen were gripped with anguish. We're screwed. Palace Master Destruction shouted. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god arrived in front of them. Shocked and terrified, Palace Master Destruction and the other two forgot to even defend themselves. But in the next second, something astonishing happened. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god was very close to them, but he seemed to have no intention of taking them on. He barely looked at them and passed by swiftly. What? How come? He. Their minds went numb for a moment. They had fought against demon gods many times. Whenever demon gods spotted them, they attacked without hesitation. However, this gold-armored demon god had just swept past them without even looking at them. How could that be? What was really going on? In fact, Yun Fan was just as startled. What the hell? His face turned grim. The gold-armored demon god didn't do anything to those three, but is rushing towards me. Is it because I'm a human being transformed into a demon god? This gold-armored demon god hates me for this? Myriads of thoughts popped into Yun Fan's mind. But at this moment, he had no time to figure it out, for Jian Wushuang was already in front of him. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang held the Emperor's sword with both hands. The sword heart was shaking fiercely in his sea of consciousness. He released all of his power. His strength skyrocketed to the extreme. He quickly launched his most formidable secret skill. Jian Wushuang went all out on the first attack. Since his arrival in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang had gone through several battles with Eternal Realm experts from various sects in the Firmament territory. But during these fights, he had never fully demonstrated his power. In terms of sword heart power, he always kept a portion of it reserved, and he had never transformed into an ancient god to fight either. But now he had turned into a gold-armored ancient god and unleashed the full power of his sword heart. Boom! A colossal sword light appeared. When Jian Wushuang put in all his strength, his mighty sword unleashed a stream of force that astounded the world like a starry sword river. Swoosh! The force shot toward Yun Fan with great momentum. The sky changed color, and everything started to tremble. Although the sword attack had not reached its target yet, its frightening momentum was already whirling about, relentlessly squeezing the air and pressing against the vast earth below. Crack! On the ground below, cracks emerged one after another. Each of them was more than 300 meters in length. Bang! A rumble sounded. The entire earth sank a few meters under the impact of the terrifying momentum. At this point, Palace Master Destruction and the other two had already fled far from the battlefield, and so had the two experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. But despite the distance, they could still feel the horrible power this sword light carried, and they all gasped. As for Yun Fan, he was the one the sword light targeted, so he distinctly felt its dreadful power. His face grew solemn. You're a gold-armored demon god? So what? You're just a one-star. I am a two-star silver demon god. Yun Fan bellowed. He was clenching a black stone staff, which suddenly grew to 3 meters long. It emitted an overbearing aura. As Yun Fan hoisted it up with his both hands, whiffs of world-devastating aura began to converge into it. Secret skill, Heaven Anthem. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice reverberated throughout the area. The voice was beautiful, but it was also mingled with a trace of sorrow. It sounded like the music of lament. The music kept ringing. A towering stone staff streaked furiously across the sky. It was heading straight for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 754, Yun Fan. Chapter 754, Yun Fan. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored ancient god, had blue veins bulging out of his skin. This meant he was also pulling out all the stops. The powerful starry sword river finally crashed into the Yun Fan's staff shadow. Bang! A deafening bang sounded. A frightening shock wave spread out and swept across the area with overwhelming momentum. On the ground below, numerous pits appeared. The entire earth started trembling like mad. The sky was falling and the earth was opening up. It looked like doomsday had arrived. The two Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, who were still quite far from Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan, were also influenced by the shock wave. They let out a muffled yell and quickly retreated in disorder. When they finally came to a halt and regained their balance, they found blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. In the center of the battlefield, the energy collision was still causing explosions. But the fierce collisions only lasted a few minutes before two huge bodies were thrown into the air. Blood spilled from the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. His 15-meter-long body flew back several thousand meters and then came to a halt. As for Yun Fan, he was not much better off than Jian Wushuang. I've spared no effort, but still failed to get the upper hand. Jets of dazzling light burst out from Jian Wushuang's eyes. His giant body broke into a run at an amazing speed and charged at Yun Fan again. He laughed heartily. Another round. Yun Fan's face was expressionless. He clutched the black stone staff more tightly and stepped forward. The two crossed swords again. This time they were in close combat. Jian Wushuang displayed his real swordsmanship. Yun Fan also gave a full play of his staff technique. Clank, 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 boom. Fearful roars could be heard incessantly. Each rumble was thunderous and expansive, spreading in all directions. Though Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Exen had long since fled far away, they noticed what was happening behind them. Seeing the horrible power created by the close combat between Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan was extremely nerve-wracking. How powerful! Palace Master Ming Exen exclaimed, clasping both hands. Stop dawdling, let's get out of here. Palace Master Destruction growled. Yes, Palace Master Ming Exen and Palace Master Mo Tao nodded. They took off. But before they left, Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at Jian Wushuang. The look was slightly peculiar. Bang! Two strikes crashed into each other again. He is only a one-star demon god. How can his battle strength be so overbearing? He didn't even suffer when he crashed into me head-on. Yun Fan thought, his face quite grim. To defeat him, I will have to resort to my trump card. But the most I can do is defeat him. Killing him, I'm afraid, is impossible. Yun Fan grumbled. All of a sudden, he realized that Palace Master Destruction and his lot were already out of his vision. Damn it! They got away. Yun Fan cursed, but he could do nothing about it. The only thing he could blame was his luck. He was just unlucky to come across such a fearful demon god who deliberately picked on him. Let's go! In spite of his defiance, Yun Fan still chose to give up and take off. He had no way of killing Jian Wushuang. Considering the large number of demon gods in the Tianqi Mountains and the commotion he had caused in the fight, There were probably several demon gods in the vicinity already coming this way. He had to leave now. When Yun Fan attempted to leave, Jian Wushuang showed no intention of stopping him. He just watched Yun Fan take his departure. When Yun Fan left, Jian Wushuang's body shrank and he returned to his human appearance. He put his silver mask on, but you could still see his dismal eyes through the 2 holes in the mask. Yun Fan really is a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He is way too strong. I turned into a gold-armored ancient god and gave a full play of my strength. My battle strength must have reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm, and yet I still couldn't finish him. Plus, he's a great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard. He must have some trump cards or awesome secret skills that he could but didn't use. Jian Wushuang murmured. He knew that to break through any of the 6 steps of the Eternal Realm would require a real metamorphosis of strength. Although the Eternal Realm was divided into 6 steps, most of the Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament Territory were stuck at Step 1 or Step 2. Some experts could not even reach Step 1. Only a handful of experts could bring their battle strength to Step 3. You could count the Eternal Realm experts who were equipped with a Step 3 battle strength on 2 hands. Even if you counted in solitary experts as well, there were still less than 20. As for the number of experts at Step 4, it would be even less. Currently, the only Eternal Realm expert who had reached beyond Step 4 in the entire Firmament Territory was Xian Yi. Yun Fan had the potential to reach Step 4, but no one had verified it. After all, ever since he became a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, people seldom saw him strike. But after this fight, Jian Wushuang was certain that Yun Fan had a battle strength at Step 4. He used a long staff as his weapon, and he also produced the staff heart. Like my sword heart, his staff heart is also at the peak of level 2. However, he can turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Once he transformed, his strength soared up, which could probably match someone at the peak of Step 3. In addition, he has practiced the Star River secret skill. He had clearly sensed the power of the Star River secret skill Yun Fan cast. Level 5. His Star River secret skill has already reached level 5. He can unleash an offensive power 15 times more than his original power, which is 5 times stronger than normal Eternal Realm experts. In light of this sole advantage, I'm sure his battle strength has already passed Step 3 of the Eternal Realm and entered Step 4. If he also uses one of his trump cards or another secret skill, he can never lose to other experts at Step 4. As for Jian Wushuang, when he was not an ancient god, his battle strength was at the peak of Step 2. But once he transformed into an ancient god. It should be noted that he was a gold-armored ancient god with part of the imperial bloodline, much tougher than the silver-armored ancient god Yun Fan could turn into. When he assumed the form of an ancient god, his battle strength could reach Step 4 as well. My overall strength is very close to his. If we actually get into a life or death battle, the result will likely depend on whose trump cards are more imposing. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, eyes glinting. He had been holding a grudge against the 3 magnates for a long time. Among the 3 magnates, the one he resented most was the Boundless Demon Sect. After all, it was an expert from the Boundless Demon Sect that had incurred the death of Guqiong. Nevertheless, the one he favored least was the Cloud Sea Asgard. Now that Yun Fan was a great elder, if Jian Wushuang could murder him, it would certainly be a huge blow to the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755. The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755. The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. When Jian Wushuang blocked Yun Fan, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Immortal, and Palace Master Ming Xan had seized the opportunity and fled without stopping. A series of blasts had sounded from behind, keeping them in constant terror. They did not breathe a sigh of relief until they had escaped far from the battlefield and met Baiyu and Lingyu, who had also detected the emergency signal and hurried to help. On a rather deserted hill, the 5 eternal realm experts of the ancient sect gathered together. Destruction, what on earth happened? What made you send the emergency signal? Palace Master Destruction's face went somber. It was because of Yun Fan. Yun Fan! Baiyu and Ling Yu were both taken aback. At first, the 3 of us were pretty lucky. We snatched up a baptismal pool from the demon gods. But as soon as we got it, we bumped into Yun Fan, who happened to be passing by, and 2 other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Palace Master Destruction started to recount the whole story. They're all human beings as we are. So even though Yun Fan felt jealous about us obtaining the baptismal pool, he should have restrained his temper a bit. But to our surprise, the old bastard launched a direct strike against us. At this point, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Immortal, and Palace Master Mingxen looked highly infuriated. The 3 of us naturally found this outrageous and tried our best to fight back. But Yun Fan has concealed his strength for so many years. He must have brought his strength to a higher level in secret. By my calculation, his present battle strength rivals someone at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Destruction said. Step 4. Baiyu and Ling Yu were shocked. He turned into a silver-armored demon god and totally subdued us all by himself. Palace Master Destruction went on. We could only flee in a haste, but he didn't give up and kept chasing after us. We thought he was coming for the baptismal pool. Since he was so desperate to get the thing, to save our lives, I proposed that he could have the baptismal pool in exchange for our safety. But to everyone's shock, he refused. Refused. Palace Master Baiyu's expression altered. You promised him the baptismal pool of the demon gods. How could he turn you down? Who knows? Destruction shook his head. That guy was crazy. He just wanted the 3 of us dead. Palace Master Mo Tao cursed under his breath. We were being chased and were running out of solutions. So we had to send the emergency signal and ask for help, Palace Master Destruction said helplessly. When he finished, Palace Master Baiyu and Vice Palace Master Ling Yu both turned quite solemn. The 3 had been willing to give him the baptismal pool of demon gods. Yet he still didn't let them off the hook. It seemed that he was really going to kill Palace Master Destruction and the other 2. We then asked ourselves whether Yun Fan held some personal grudge against us. Judging by his behavior, it's obvious that he wants to have a go at our ancient sect. If nothing else, I reckon it's because 100 years ago Palace Master Xian killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. I bet that ever since, the Cloud Sea Asgard has been bearing a grudge against our ancient sect. And this was why Yu Fan vented his anger on us. What a jerk. Isn't he afraid of provoking the entire ancient sect? Baiyu swore. No, he isn't. Vice Palace Master Ling Yu suddenly spoke. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 immediately turned to look at him. Ling Yu continued with a note of seriousness. Everybody, as you know, although our ancient sect is a very special sect in the firmament territory, sometimes we still have to look out for the 3 magnates. To be honest, the overall strength of our ancient sect is not that remarkable, nor is our history or foundation. All we have are our sect master and Palace Master Xian Yi. Now, in terms of the 3 magnates, the strength of any of them is way above our ancient sect. They have no fear for our ancient sect or our eternal realm experts. They really only care about our sect master and Palace Master Xian Yi. However, our sect master always acts in secret. It's been years since he revealed himself before us. We don't even know if he is still in the firmament territory or not. As for Palace Master Xian Yi, well, you all know his temper. He has his own style. As long as others don't offend him to an unbearable extent, such as killing his top disciples, his close relatives, or putting the ancient sect in a life-threatening crisis, he won't strike back. Precisely for this reason, Yun Fan has no scruples in attacking you guys. 800 years ago, it was Palace Master Xian Yi who killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, causing them to suffer a great loss. But they don't dare get back at Palace Master Xian Yi, so they can only attack our experts as revenge. After hearing Vice Palace Master Ling Yu out, Palace Master Destruction and his lot nodded in agreement. They all sincerely approved of what Vice Palace Master Ling Yu had just said. Indeed, the only ones in the ancient sect that could really frighten the 3 magnates were their sect master, who was titled as the top expert in the Firmament territory, and Palace Master Xian Yi, who was famous for his mysterious but formidable power. Other than these 2, the 3 magnates never took other experts seriously. Accordingly, it was only normal for the 3 magnates to retaliate against them instead of Xian Yi. Seems that in the next few days we have to be more cautious, Palace Master Destruction exclaimed. The other Palace Masters nodded in agreement. By the way, Destruction, Palace Master Baiyu looked back. You said you were in such a dangerous situation. But how on earth did you escape from Yun Fan? Air. The 3 Palace Masters exchanged embarrassed looks. Their expressions became a bit odd. Here's the thing. Palace Master Destruction started to explain. When we were running away, we came across a gold-armored demon god with horrible strength. This gold-armored demon god was only at the 1-star level, but his battle strength was just as great as Yun Fan's. And the most important thing is that he showed no interest in us at all. No interest. Palace Master Baiyu was a bit startled. Yes, he was not interested. Palace Master Ming Xan nodded as well. He was right in front of us. But when he came near, he just went past. Didn't even shoot a glance at us. He didn't attack either. Instead, he got into a fight with Yun Fan. Thanks to him barring Yun Fan's way, we finally got a chance to run away. Really? The other 2 Palace Masters found this a bit fishy. How could a demon god have no interest in the 3 experts? Actually, there is another thing. Palace Master Destruction spoke suddenly. His brows furrowed slightly. What is it? The other Palace Masters all turned to look at him. When the gold-armored demon god was battling with Yun Fan, I observed the sword he was using. The sword appeared to be the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction grunted. What? Palace Master Immortal, Palace Master Baiyu, and the rest were all astonished at these words. The Emperor's sword. The one Palace Master Xian Yi had made? The one that belonged to the successor of the Sword Palace. Chapter 756, A Reunion. Chapter 756, A Reunion. Destruction, did you see it clearly? Palace Master Emo Tao asked anxiously. They had been in a rush. He and Palace Master Ming Xan had not even cast a proper glance at the long sword Jian Wushuang was wielding. Only Palace Master Destruction saw it. The sword in the gold-armored demon god's hand was enlarged several times, but I still recognized it. I'm sure it was the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction nodded again to confirm his judgment, whetting the curiosity of the ancient sect's other palace masters. For all time, the Emperor's sword was supposed to be in Jian Wushuang's hands, wasn't it? 100 years ago, Jian Wushuang had gotten caught up in a serious crisis in the Eternal Zone and never walked out of it. He had probably died long ago. As for the Emperor's sword, it had likely fallen into the hands of the demon gods. They would not be surprised at all to see a demon god carrying the Emperor's sword show up to kill them. But the gold-armored demon god they just met had not intended to attack them. Considering that he was only a 1-star demon god but was carrying the Emperor's sword, they could not help but feel very skeptical about the whole thing. Guys, tell me, do you think the gold-armored demon god we met could possibly be... Palace Master Destruction broke off. The other 4 Palace Masters also fell into silence. At this precise moment, a swoosh of wind sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared before them. Who's there? Palace Master Destruction, and the other 4 instantly swiveled around to look at the figure. When they caught a clear sight him, the Palace Masters were all dumbstruck. The black-robed figure, carrying a long sword on his back and wearing a wicked silver mask, was the same gold-armored demon god that had just gotten rid of Yun Fan for them. He slowly took off his wicked mask. Then his voice sounded, reverberating in the mountainous space. "It's been 100 years since we last met. Palace Masters, I hope that you are all well." Jian Wushuang's voice held a trace of sorrow, whereas a smile was curling along his lips. After getting rid of Yun Fan, he had set off in the direction of Palace Master Destruction and the others. Sure enough, he had caught up with them and saw the 5 Palace Masters of the ancient sect assembled here. When the 5 Palace Masters recognized Jian Wushuang's face, they were stunned and soon overjoyed. "Jian Wushuang, is it really you?" You didn't die." The 5 Palace Masters quickly approached him and blurted out their amazement at the same time. They were shocked, thrilled, and apparently blown away by this rather unbelievable miracle. When Jian Wushuang did not walk out of the Eternal Zone 100 years ago, almost everyone thought he was dead. The experts of the ancient sects also believed he had met his downfall. But now here he was, standing before them unscathed. "I have a tough fate. How could I die so easily?" Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. This is utterly unbelievable. Jian Wushuang, how did you survive?" They stepped forward and sized him up with intense curiosity. Human experts from the Firmament territory often got involved in fights against demon gods, so the demon god clan hated them bitterly. But it turned out that a total of 100 years had passed. Jian Wushuang turned out to be fine after staying 100 years in the demon god clan. "I'm just lucky," Jian Wushuang explained half-heartedly. After exchanging short greetings, the 5 Palace Masters gradually calmed down. "Jian Wushuang, quickly tell us what really happened. You didn't die 100 years ago. Why didn't you get out of the Eternal Zone in time?" Palace Master Destruction posed several questions in one breath. "Here is my story." Jian Wushuang gave them a summarized version of what had happened 100 years ago. He told them how the disciples from the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal dynasty attacked him, and how the Boundless Demon sect dispatched an Eternal Realm expert who chased him to the outer layer. Of course, he said nothing about the ancient god clan arresting Wu Dao, Dao Mei, and Long Tao by luring them into a trap. "No wonder you didn't return in time. It turns out you were being hunted by an Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demon sect and were forced to flee to the inner layer." Palace Master Destruction scowled. Then he let out a snort. "Humph! How ruthless the Boundless Demon sect is. They not only send out their disciples to strike, but also dispatched an Eternal Realm elder to turn around and assassinate you, a nobody in the skyscraping realm? The Boundless Demon sect is truly vicious. The Boundless Demon sect is treacherous and despicable, and the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal dynasty are not good guys, either." Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Bu echoed his comments. "Thanks to my luck, I narrowly escaped from the Boundless Demon sect expert, but due to my severe injuries, I failed to get back in time. And during the past 100 years, I stayed in the Eternal Zone. For a few special reasons, the Demon God clan did not go hard on me. In fact, they treated me fairly well," Jian Wushuang said. He merely told them it was for special reasons, but did not elaborate further. Palace Master Destruction and the other Palace Masters were eloquent enough to not insist on poking into this matter. Right then, no matter what you've been through in the past 100 years, it's enough that you're still alive. When your Master Xian hears about this, he will certainly be very glad, Palace Master Destruction said, beaming. "Yeah, 100 years ago, Palace Master Xian, he was furious at the news of your death. In front of all the experts of various sects, He directly launched an open attack against the Cloud Sea Asgard and killed 7 of their Eternal Realm experts. It really devastated them. Palace Master Immortal laughed. But precisely for this incident, the Cloud Sea Asgard began to hold a grudge against our ancient sect. And this is exactly why the 3 of us were being chased just now. Really? His words stirred something in Jian Wushuang's mind. His master, Xian Yi, had slaughtered 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to vent his rage when he heard of his death. Besides that, Jian Wushuang, your strength truly surprised us, Palace Master Destruction added. Mo Tao, Ming Xian, and the other palace masters all gazed at each other speechlessly. They smiled, but their eyes revealed a trace of terror. Especially Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian. After all, they had witnessed the fierce fight between Jian Wushuang and Yun Fan with their own eyes. Jian Wushuang could turn into a gold-armored demon god, and he was thoroughly qualified to battle with Yun Fan head-on. It was evident that his strength had reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm. That was to say, his strength was much stronger than any of theirs. And Jian Wushuang was still a Divine Realm expert. For people in the Firmament Territory, it was completely inconceivable that a Divine Realm expert could have a battle strength at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. They had never heard of the existence of such a formidable Divine Realm expert within the Firmament Territory. Chapter 757, Traces. Chapter 757, Traces. On a nameless hill in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang and 5 palace masters of the ancient sect were chatting. Jian Wushuang, I'm so happy to see you alive, Palace Master Destruction said. In a few days, the Eternal Zone will close again. Please leave with us before that happens. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, what's your plan for the next couple of days? Do you want to travel with us or go by yourself? Palace Master Destruction asked another question. I still have some things to take care of. So, I may not be able to join you this time, Jian Wushuang answered. Are you going to deal with the 3 magnates? Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at him. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. With your current strength, experts from the 3 magnates in the Tianqi Mountains are hardly a threat to you. But you still need to be careful, Palace Master Destruction advised. I know. He gave a smile. By the way, is there any chance you know who the Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demon sect that hunted me down was? Jian Wushuang had not forgotten Gu Qiong, to whom he owed a lot. Gu Qiong had died for him. His death had become a thorn growing in Jian Wushuang's heart. He was absolutely determined to kill the Eternal Realm expert who had chased after him back then. Judging by his appearance, strength, and the attack style that you just described, I reckon it was in Chao. Palace Master Destruction said solemnly. And Chao. Jian Wushuang memorized this name by heart. Speaking of in Chao, the expressions of Palace Master Baiyu and Vice Palace Masterling, you suddenly turned weird. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang looked at them. Jian Wushuang, frankly, not long ago, when Ling Yu and I were adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, we ran into in Chao, Palace Master Baiyu began. Really? Jian Wushuang's face altered. The place we met him is not far from here. When we saw him, he was with 3 guys, all experts from the Boundless Demon sect. One of them was Xia Yuan. Palace Master Baiyu said. Xia Yuan. Jian Wushuang repeated, staring at Palace Master Baiyu in bewilderment. Xia Yuan is extremely strong. He is at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. A few days ago, he usurped a baptismal pool and successfully used it to transform into a copper-armored demon god. When he assumes the form of a copper-armored demon god, his battle strength will reach step 3 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Baiyu said. An Eternal Realm expert with a battle strength at Step 3 of the Eternal Realm could be counted as the strongest expert in the Firmament territory. Among the Palace Masters of the ancient sect, only Palace Master Destruction had a viable chance of putting up a fight against him. The 4 of them must be traveling as a group. I'm afraid that they are still wandering about in that area, Palace Master Baiyu added. Jian Wushuang simply took out the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Palace Master Baiyu, where did you meet them? He asked. Palace Master Baiyu quickly looked through the map and pointed a finger at a giant mountain. Here, near the Ice Fire Mountain. Here. Jian Wushuang tilted his head a little. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang put the map away. He cupped his hands at Palace Master Destruction and the other 4. He was ready to leave. Jian Wushuang, remember, in 7 days you have to hurry to the Heavenly Stone Valley and find our ancient sect's assembly place. If you miss this chance, you can only stay in the Eternal Zone for another 100 years, Palace Master Destruction yelled. Got it. Jian Wushuang shouted back. He was already flying away. On the hill, Palace Master Destruction and the other 4 were standing in a line. They watched Jian Wushuang gradually fly out of sight and then heaved a sigh. The kid has upgraded his strength to such a level in merely 100 years. Even we can't catch up with him now. I always knew he was very talented, but I never expected him to be so powerful. Destruction, over the past 100 years, you've been bragging about Feng, your personal disciple, showing him off like a star, right? You also said that in less than 1,000 years, Feng could enter the Eternal Realm, right? How about you let this disciple have a fight against Jian Wushuang, and we can see who is better? Palace Master Emo, Tao said jokingly. Fight? What for? Palace Master Destruction breathed a puff of air into his beard, his face thoroughly bitter. Feng! Whether he could break through the Eternal Realm was still unknown. Even if he did, there was no way he could be more powerful than Jian Wushuang, could he? Following Palace Master Baiyu's directions, Jian Wushuang headed for the Ice Fire Mountain. It took him less than half a day to reach the foot of the Ice Fire Mountain. I wonder if Chao and his lot are still around, Jian Wushuang muttered. He began to loaf about in the vast region around the Ice Fire Mountain. Only 2 hours later, he detected the emergency signal of the ancient god clan. He rushed there as fast as he could. However, since the source of the signal was quite far, by the time he got there, the fight was already over. The water in a baptismal pool had been taken by someone. The 2 ancient god clansmen responsible for guarding the baptismal pool were both severely injured. Thanks to the timely arrival of other clansmen, they had not been killed. Jian Wushuang inquired about the human experts who attacked them. The answers they gave were exactly what Jian Wushuang wanted to hear. According to the account of the 2 injured clansmen, for human experts had attacked them, one of whom transformed into a copper-armored ancient god. There was also a glum elder in their group, who was supposed to be in Chao. Seems that the 4 from the Boundless Demon sect are still around. Jian Wushuang squinted into the surroundings and muttered, There are 6 baptismal pools in the vicinity of the Ice Fire Mountain. They've already robbed one of them. They must be biding their time to rob the rest. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Once the Boundless Demon sect expert struck again, his opportunity would come. Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the Ice Fire Mountain, waiting for the 4 Boundless Demon sect experts to strike again. Meanwhile, on the bank of a small, nameless lake near the Ice Fire Mountain, 4 figures were sitting together. Haha, following Mr. Xia Yuan is great. Look, we obtained a baptismal pool without effort. And Chao, a glum black-robed elder, said with a chilling voice, Well, it's just a baptismal pool, not a big deal. A strapping, shirtless man snorted. This was Xia Yuan, the most powerful among the group of 4. And Chao gave a dry smile and did not dare to say more. Xia Yuan looked around, We investigated before. There are 6 baptismal pools at the Ice Fire Mountain. We only have one. It's nothing to brag about. If we can obtain all 6 baptismal pools, that will be something. And our next target is this one. Chapter 758, Returning a Favor. Chapter 758, Returning a Favor. Next to a baptismal pool near the Ice Fire Mountain in the Tianchi Mountains, 2 imposing figures were standing quietly. They kept casting nervous looks at their surroundings. In the void not far from the baptismal pool, a group of 4 people gathered together. They were from the Boundless Demon Sect and led by Xia Yuan. They were overlooking the distant baptismal pool through the void. We've scouted out the baptismal pool. 2 demon gods are guarding it. Both of them are 2-star silver-armored demon gods, and their battle strength rivals experts at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. One of them, in particular, carries a longbow on his back. He is a very good archer, Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. Well, I can handle the demon god with the longbow. Kong Jing, the other demon god, is yours. It'll do if you just hold him back. Can you do that? Xia Yuan asked the man standing beside him. No problem. Kong Jing nodded. Although he was only at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm, what he did best was tangle with the opponent. It was not difficult for him to hold a 2-star, silver-armored demon god back. As for the 2 of you, just hurry down at your fastest speed and collect all the water in the baptismal pool. Understand? Xia Yuan turned to look at Chao and the last Eternal Realm expert. Yes, and Chao and the other guy nodded in unison. All right then, let's get started. Xia Yuan took the lead and zipped ahead of them towards the baptismal pool at an incredible speed. And Chao and the other 2 Eternal Realm experts were on his heels. A few seconds later, they were visible to the 2 clansmen from the ancient god clan. A rich aura burst out from Xia Yuan. As he advanced forward, he was also growing in size. In an instant, he turned into a copper-armored ancient god. Invasion! The 2 clansmen instantly realized what was happening. One was a hairy middle-aged man, carrying a longbow and wrapped in fur. It was Guyang, the same person who had saved Jian Wushuang from Inchao 100 years ago. Seeing Xia Yuan and the others charging toward him, Guyang gave a snort and immediately transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. The longbow he usually carried on his back appeared in his hands. His huge hands drew the bow forcefully. A stream of horrible power started to converge in the longbow. The power was so formidable that even Chao and Kong Jing, who were both at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm, began to shudder involuntarily. It's him. And Chao's pupils contracted as he recognized Guyang. 100 years ago, Guyang had shot 2 arrows at him. The first one seriously wounded him. When the second one was about to hit him, he had thrown out one of his trump cards and escaped by a fluke. He knew that Guyang's strength was far superior to that of an ordinary 2-star, silver-armored ancient god. Go to hell! A snarl sounded. Guyang suddenly loosened his right hand, which had been tensely drawing the bowstring. A pitch-black arrow shot out, streaking across the void like a bright shooting star. The frightening arrow appeared in front of Xia Yuan in the blink of an eye. Xia Yuan had a cold look. A sense of contempt flitted through his eyes. He was holding a giant axe in one hand. He hacked his giant axe lazily forwards and split the air in 2. Clang! With a loud clang, the arrow was smashed to pieces. What? Guyang looked panic-stricken. He shouted, "Hurry up! Send the emergency signal. These outsiders are powerful." The other clansmen standing next to Guyang had already registered the current situation. Without hesitation, he sent out the emergency signal. It would take some time before anyone who picked up the signal could come here. The 2 did not know whether they could hold it together that long. Humph! Xia Yuan snorted. He strode up to Guyang with his giant axe in hand and swung it at Guyang. Gu Yang pushed his longbow onto his back, and a long black spear emerged mysteriously in his hand. He threw himself into a fierce fight with Xia Yuan. Gu Xiu's battle strength was more than enough to allow him to deal with an expert at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. However, it was still way below Xia Yuan's. Shortly after they began to fight, the outcome was clear. Xia Yuan was totally quashing Gu Yang. On the other side, Kong Jing had also successfully entangled the other clansmen, and Chao and the last Eternal Realm expert had reached the baptismal pool of demon gods. They began to extract the water using their interspatial rings. Bastard! Gu Yang felt a rush of fury flowing into his heart. When he caught sight of Chao and the other guy frantically drying up the pool, his expression turned even darker. He broke free with all his force, drew his longbow once again, and shot another arrow towards Chao. It was a lethal attack, and Chao and the other Eternal Realm expert jumped sideways. The arrow missed its target and failed to cause any injuries. Instead, Gu Yang's missed attack offered Xia Yuan a good opportunity. You're dueling with me, but you still have time to care about the baptismal pool. You really don't know death is approaching. Xia Yuan's chilling voice sounded in Gu Yang's ears. He heard a howling wind. Axe Shadow was already in front of him. Crap! Gu Yang's expression changed drastically. Even though he was a silver-armored ancient god, he knew he would die if this powerful axe landed on his head. The axe soared towards him so fast that the moment he shot the second arrow, the Axe Shadow was already before him, leaving him no chance to escape. Am I really going to die? Gu Yang was seized by despair. But just at this moment, whoosh! A jet of dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. It was extremely vast and menacing, just like a sword river. It zoomed in front of Gu Yang and blocked the giant axe that was roaring toward him. Bang! With a loud clash, the sword river was shattered to pieces. But in this split second, Gu Yang retreated to the other side and dodged the deadly strike. What a narrow escape! Gu Yang widened his eyes. He felt half surprised, half grateful. He saw a black-robed figure with a wicked silver mask appear next to him. Although he could not see the man's face, based on the one-star aura he was emitting, he quickly realized who it was. Thank you, Gu Yang said curtly. 800 years ago, you saved me. Today, I saved yours, so I've returned your favor, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yeah. Gu Yang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang had been wandering about in this area for a while and was not too far away when he heard the emergency signal. He had rushed here only to see Gu Yang in great danger. Naturally, he struck without delay.